Winston, go.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2024 budget presentation brought to you live on Metro TV. We are also streaming across all our social media handles. My name is Winston Taki. I'm here with...
My name is Bridget Otu. Again, thank you very much for joining us. In the last 24 hours, no, not even 24 hours, we have seen some interventions, miracles. Some say election day gymnastics, where the labor union are getting 23% on their base pay. Then there's an agreement. Even in 2024, they are going to get 25%. So the motion has been set. What impact will this have? Does it even have any impact? We'll ask our expert in reducing tension in the country, because when the labor union is happy, we tend to be very happy. So how is the finance minister who will present the 2024 budget statement and economic policy, fair in this regard? We'll engage our experts on that. Also, the information minister, Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, said that there will be is a two-part budget. So you have one part that will talk about the economy alone, and it's not surprising that they're going to focus on the economy because it has really taken a beating as governments was due to the Russia-Ukraine war, and some are saying now is the
Israel-Hamas, exactly.
Yes, Israel-Hamas war. So we would look at why there will be an extensive focus on the economy, and then government will look at generally. I've listened to MPs who are saying they want their roads fixed. How much of that will go into the presentation? Government has given assurances that contractors will go back to the sites, so we'll see how much that would also feature on it. So we have, we're going to be here. We have our reporters on the ground in Parliament. We have some other markets because Guta is a big player in this.
They are really centered on the taxes. They are saying they've been overburdened by the enormous taxes, and the removal of these taxes they have described as nuisance will help accelerate and improve their operations. And that is something they're expecting. Another thing raised by the minority is that surely government may introduce another tax. As in which category it falls is something we are yet to see in the presentation.
I agree. And so I listened to, again, Minister of Information, and he talks about government will put in measures, right? Government will raise revenue and also put in measures to maintain existing incentives that we're enjoying, like the likes of, the livelihood empowerment program.
Yes.
So when government says we're going to raise revenue, the question people are asking is, will that come from new taxes or raising an existing taxes? And if not, then where will government get the money from? So these are questions that we will put to our experts. We already have some members of parliament in both the minority and the majority side who are talking to our reporters. And so we'll be crossing over. Don't hesitate to share your thoughts with us. We're always interested. Don't say, I'm not interested in the budget. It's your money. You should know where your money is going. Don't say, I'm not interested. Nothing will change. No, you should have a voice and speak. And that's when Winston talks about, Guta and their interest in taxes, calling it nuisance. I'm excited about that because it's always interesting to know, there used to be this narrative that persons in the informal sector, which forms about 85% of our economy, right, don't pay taxes. But now we know they do pay taxes, indirect taxes, which go to government. So they are very much interested in what happens. And by the way, because of e-levy, everybody pays taxes, to be very honest.
Everyone,
to be fair,
absolutely everyone. We'll also be going to Tiptoe Lane, Abosil Kai, to speak to the spare parts operators there, to hear what they consistently have been calling for, some policies, especially the cost of importation, how it affects their businesses. And whilst their prices go up, trust me, it goes down to the transport industry. They will feel in the effect of that. There are also people at Tiptoe Lane in Sectoral who will be speaking to us, from our reporter Shadrach Jare, who tell us indeed what is happening there. And so today is going to be a very comprehensive conversation. Whilst you're watching, we'll give you that opportunity to also comment on our Facebook page. We'll be reading it right here on the show for you. We'll be also moving to Parliament, where minority and majority are having a bit of debate as in who has done better comparatively in terms of the outlook of the economy. Stephen Amwa, and who is the Deputy Minister for Trade and Industry, as well as with Samson Ahin, are speaking especially on this budget presentation. We'll be moving on there right about now. But as we're doing that, we'll also be looking at what really happened in terms of the presentation in the mid-year budget, where the finance minister made some proposition as to outlook of the energy sector, its whole plan, transition, especially inflation targets, and also how they intend to strategize in terms of taxes. All of them will be bringing you here on the show.
Okay, right. And so, yeah, again, we have reporters across the country. But remember, we're in November. Today's November 15. And exactly a year ago, Ghana defaulted on its payments, its international creditors. And so Minority called it, we're bankrupt, we're broke, we cannot service our debts. What would be the focus of that in our presentation? So what's happened a year on? What is going to happen post this budget? What would finance minister speak in terms of our international debts or creditors? It's one area that we will also be spending time on. I've already mentioned the issue with roads, year of roads. The MPs are the ones complaining that they are not seeing the benefits of the year of roads, that their constituents are obsessed with having good roads. Look, I live in a Pampram constituency, and so our roads are terrible. And I cannot.
Sam Dodd has really been speaking about that.
In fact, I think he threatened to block the president. Anytime he used that stretch. I don't know. We haven't seen that showdown yet, so we will wait for that. So I'm particularly interested in that. And also remember, the year under review we're talking about is a year that the World Bank report came out and said, due to the difficulty, the economic crisis that we're in, over 800,000 people, 850,000 people were pushed below the poverty line. That means more people have become poor. So what are those incentives? I mentioned the Livelihood Empowerment Program, LEAP. What other incentive will government push in to cushion persons who find themselves in this? And the DDEP program, the Domestic Debt Exchange Program, there was supposed to be a part 2.0. It says we're not going there. I would want clarity on that for ministers to speak, and especially our experts to tell us, implications of it, because whatever the minister does, if it's raising revenue, it will have implications. Where's the money going to come from, especially for a government that says that we don't have money or we are unable to raise.
We are locked out from the Eurobond market, all the avenues to access.
Because we're not credit worthy. Right now, Ghana is a high risk.
Exactly.
Your money here. Yeah.
So we'll move to Parliament where,
Okay, so
we move to Parliament where Kwabena Mensah, who is the Akando, the MP for Joaboso, ranking member for Health Committee as well, and Eric Opoku, MP for ranking Agri Committee, MP for Asunafo South, who actually had a conversation, especially on what we should be expecting. So we're going straight
let's go to Parliament, yes, and listen to them.
I don't expect government to come out with new taxes. For the ordinary Ghanaian, is already overburdened. And introducing new taxes will increase the burden on the ordinary Ghanaian. And so I do not expect that, looking at the circumstances today, government will even attempt to introduce a single new tax that will overburden the Ghanaian.
We've been speaking with some economists. They have also called that government rather expand the tax net and also block loopholes so that we can generate more revenue.
Taxing the people more means you are hurting them. And so you have to look at the productive sectors. Already, we are in crisis. We are in debt crisis. We owe so much to the extent that we cannot pay. And that is why we have engaged in this debt restructuring. We are restructuring on the basis that we are borrowing again from IMF to expand, to grow, so we can pay the debts that we are postponing. And so, in which sectors have they invested the first tranche of the IMF facility? We've already taken 1.2 billion United States dollars. We took it last year. Where did we invest that money? We need to know. And how are we recouping the investment that we made in those sectors? So I'm looking at critical investment into the agricultural sector and how we can use agriculture to transform the nation in this period of crisis. That's what I'm looking at.
And in which sectors specifically, looking at the planting for food and jobs, are you expecting anything different this time around?
No, government has already admitted that the Planting for Food and Jobs program has been a failure. And I personally believe that it has been a monumental failure, in the sense that targets were set for the program, but they were never achieved. And
Honorable Lakoto count that as his achievement.
That is why the government itself is saying that they are introducing Planting for Food Part 2. You understand? Indicating that the first one was unable to achieve the targets they set for it. And so we are yet to see what investment they are going to make in the phase 2. It all depends on how much they allocate to the sector. Ghana signed onto the Malabo Declaration, under which we agreed that for us to use agriculture as the avenue for growth, we must commit 12% of our total budget to agriculture. Last year, we did around 2.something%. So certainly, you know, we are not making it. And so we are looking at how much they are allocating to the sector and the kind of policies they intend to implement in the agricultural sector to be able to determine whether we can make an impact or not.
Honorable, what if your expectations are not met? What will be your action?
In fact, if the expectations are not met, the only thing we can do, because we don't have the power to increase or to cut, we will only get the good people of Ghana informed that government is off track.
Thank you very much. That's the MP for Esunafo South, Honorable Eric Opoku over there. He has also joined calls for government to cut down taxes and also bring some improvements in the agriculture sector. Also, he wants to also talk about how government implemented or used the IMF first tranche of the IMF relief. Okay, and coming in, we will be speaking to Honorable Honorable John Janako. He's also here with us, and we will be speaking to him as well. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Honorable, budgets, the Finance Minister will be here in a few minutes. What are your expectations moving forward?
Well, so far the evidence we are picking is that we should brace up for very difficult times. Indeed, the Finance Minister did indicate in the previous budget that we've turned the corner. And so one would have thought that this would be the time to provide some relief and to cushion Ghanaians, especially from the very, very difficult and extreme hardship that people are going through. But the Finance Committee met with the Finance Minister, and he indicates that he's coming up with new measures to raise about 11 billion of new revenue in the form of enhancement of taxes. That is to say that he's going to increase existing taxes, introduce new taxes, remove some of the exemptions, and that is really going to create a lot of difficult situations for Ghanaians. And when you have such taxes, it increases the cost of business, and so you're going to witness an increase in inflation. I have stated that I'm not going to support any new taxes. I'm not going to support any new burden on the Ghanaian, because I think that it's not just a function of revenue, it's also a function of managing the expenditure. If you've really turned the corner, then we should be seeing some level of relief. But as it stands, this budget is going to be a very, very difficult one. And for me, it points to the fact that this government has run out of ideas. From 2021, every year they ask us to pay taxes so that things will get better. It rather gets worse, it rather gets difficult, and year in, year out, they keep increasing taxes. We are paying for COVID levy, we are paying for financial sector levy, we are paying for energy sector recovery levy, we are paying for pollution levy, we are paying e-levy. I mean, we are sick and tired of the taxes. And so I think that it shouldn't be a call for only the minority. Everybody should join us to say no to these new taxes.
Honorable, with the issue of road tolls, if it's being introduced, is it something you're going to encourage?
We told them that, look, it was a populist move. It wasn't going to yield any results. It does appear that they've realized that what they did was a mistake. Also, I'm aware that they are disguising the so-called luxury vehicle levy and then reintroducing it as environmental levy. We're already paying pollution levy. So what is environmental levy? I mean, this government has lost it. I think that where we've gotten to, they just have to pack bag and baggage and leave so that a new government can come in and then we see what we can do. Sometimes when you stay for too long that, like I said, familiarity breeds contempt. It does appear that they just can't get the solution. And for me, we've gotten to a level where the whole government must pack. I mean, this head of economic management team, Dr. Baumia's performance has been very, very abysmal. The record is there to show. If you look at inflation, you look at jobs, you look at all the critical sectors. But we are waiting for the budget to be read, and we shall do a proper analysis of the budget after it's been presented.
What if your expectations are not met? What will be the next action?
He came to tell us. I'm not conjecturing. It's not as if we haven't met the finance minister. The finance committee has met the finance minister, and he's told us what he wants to do. So if our expectations are not met, you leave it to his doorstep. And the truth is that he's struggling, because the GDP nominally is growing at an astronomical rate, and it's growing nominally because of inflation. If you look at the real GDP, it's not growing the way it ought to grow, but the nominal GDP is growing, and it's a function of just looking at the price of final goods and services. And so when inflation is going very, very high, you see the GDP nominally growing very high, but in real terms, it is not growing that much. And we've gone to sign to an IMF program that says that you must maintain a certain tax to GDP ratio. And so once the GDP is growing nominally, it means that the tax revenue also ought to go up in order to achieve that threshold. Other than that, you're not meeting the IMF conditionality. So strictly speaking, the finance minister is not even in charge of the economy. It's being macro managed by the IMF. He's just doing the micro issues and trying to achieve those targets set by the IMF. It's most unfortunate, but that is where we find ourselves. Life is going to be very difficult with these new taxes. Anytime there are new taxes, 11 billion is not a small amount, it's a colossal amount. It means the government is taking 11 billion from our pockets. Already salaries have just been increased by just 24% against an inflation rate much, much higher than the rate of increase in salaries. So you're going to be getting more impoverished, things are going to get more difficult, life is going to get unbearable, and the hardship is going to continue. Thank you.
So I have been speaking with Honorable John Jenapo, and he has been also been singing the song of not introducing new taxes. I have with me Honorable Kweku Rikitegan, the MP for Cape Coast South, and I'll also engage him first on his expectations, because we are yet to hear from the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. Honorable, you're welcome to Metro TV.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable, the Finance Minister will be here for us to discuss the budget. What are you expecting from him?
Well, first of all, good morning to your viewers and listeners. Of course, yes, the Finance Minister will be here with what we believe will be his last full budget, because obviously next year is an election year. We will have a mid-year review, of course, which is obviously not a full budget. We will also have a 3-month budget, prior to the elections. But in terms of full budget, this is the one. Unfortunately, there's nothing much to expect from the budget, because if you look at the economic climate at the moment and the financial or economic mess that we are in, it is absolutely near impossible to be able to get anything good out of this budget.
We have been speaking to economists, and they say that the economy is recovering. Do you see that?
Well, economy may be recovering, but it's not recovering quick enough to catch up with people who are basically suffering to maintain their businesses, who are suffering in terms of their cost of living. When you are a country with a debt over 600 billion, that is roughly about 55 billion US dollars, and you are not servicing part of that debt, there is the road to recovery will be a very, very slippery one. At the moment, the problem we have is that whatever this budget presents will not be a complete budget, and it will also be a bit deceptive, in a sense that the fiscal space that this budget may present to be a space for government to be able to spend will not be a correct one, because we are not servicing our external debt. Therefore, if you factor in that external debt, that fiscal space will not be there. The deficit that will be presented to us today, which is your net revenue and expenditure, will not be a correct one, because you are not servicing your external debt. Therefore, any shrinked deficit that will be presented to us today will not be the true picture of the deficit we have at the moment. We have stopped simply servicing our external debt. Our external debt is now about 30 billion, which in cedi terms is about 375 billion Ghana cedis. We owe the Chinese almost $2 billion. We owe the Paris Club another $2 billion, 3.8 billion on non-Paris clubs. That alone, bilateral, is about 7.7 billion. When you go to the multilateral, where we owe a lot of money, it's also about 8.8 billion. Then, what I call the elephant in the room, that is the commercial Eurobond loans, we owe 13.4. I mean, what is this budget going to tell us in terms of how this debt is going to be serviced until we make a concrete effort to make an attempt to service our debt, the external debt? Whatever we are going to be doing here today is an exercise in futility.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable. So I have been speaking to members of Parliament from the minority, and then fortunately I have members from the majority here who will join us. Honourable Stephen, Deputy Minister of Trade, in here. I have the Deputy Minister of Trade who has joined me here. Honourable, you are welcome too.
Thank you very much.
Honourable, we have heard a lot from the minority side calling on government not to introduce new taxes. What are your expectations ahead of the budget from the finance?
Thank you very much. I think it is not out of, I would say, GR or out of way to make propositions, especially if you are in the minority. However, I asked them the same question yesterday during the Finance Committee engagement, that two ways government finance projects, goods and services, and our commitment to social contracts. Number one is using internally generated revenue to doing that. Number two is debt financing, borrowing. We are the same people that we've been putting pressure on the government that our debt to GDP is going up. And consolidating your fiscal space is clearly defining a balance between the key variables, i.e. government projects and programs, revenue generation through taxes, and the debt financing. So if your debt financing is getting to the level that your debt to GDP is so high, which is collapsing the economy. Now you are saying we should also take taxes. How do we finance our goods and services and our social contract? They should give us an alternative. Of course, it is not palatable to introduce taxes or increase taxes all over the world, but they say we shouldn't. Fine. So it means they are putting pressure on us not to generate revenue internally. At the same time, we don't have to borrow too much. So what is the next thing? They should tell us. I hope when you get the next opportunity, just ask them. Tell them that we are saying that we are not against the fact that businesses are complaining about taxes, but they should first understand that tax policies or tax policy management is calibrated in nature. You remember 2017, we reduced about 17 taxes. I mean, those we reduced and those we took away entirely, including KIO, condom, real estate, financial services taxes, and then later on we introduced new ones, and we even got to E-levy. You remember the controversial E-levy. So this is how taxes are managed in terms of our fiscal space. Remember, between 2014 and 2016, what happened? The NDC government either introduced or increases tax items amounting to about 26. Go and read their own budget. But the problem we have in our country is that because of political capital, when the NDC guys are in government and they are bringing taxes, MPP will say no, and the Ghanaians will follow us. When the MPP too, we are in government, we are bringing taxes. So I think between the two fraternities, let honesty prevail, that there are certain decisions that are inevitable, that because of politics we want to put them somewhere and the nation will suffer. So I'm finally asking them, our debt to GDP is up. We are not supposed to borrow too much now. They say we don't have to take taxes. So how are we going to finance the programs and the projects and the social contract of this country? How are we going to do that?
Honourable, they have mentioned certain taxes like the taxes on sanitary pad and also taxes on dialysis consumables. They want them to be scrapped. Do you also agree with them? Taxes on sanitary pad and consumables for that?
Yeah. What I'm saying is that if it's come to dialysis, because of the present challenges we are having,
I think, as a matter of fact, we should review that. Whether reviewing it, reducing it, or taking it out entirely, and even the diapers they are talking about, I'm sure it's most likely that that will be done. I'm sure that is also my expectation. But we are supposed to ensure that we get enough taxes to consolidate our fiscal space. Other than that, the economy will collapse. So my brothers from the NDC, either they are displaying intellectual dishonesty, because my colleagues on the finance committee, they are very good people. I trust them. They are extremely good, academically, technically, everything. But for politics, they want us not to do the right thing. Taxes are bitter pills that we need now. If we don't, we are destroying the economy. Do we have to keep on borrowing to destroy our economy? If we don't also tax, where are we getting money from to finance our projects and programs? People are calling for roads. People are calling for hospitals. People are calling for different forms of utilities and social needs. Without taxes, without borrowing, how are we financing it? They should give us an alternative.
Okay. So, Honorable, let me engage Honorable Samson here. So, Honorable, no, please, we are having a conversation. Honorable, you have heard from Honorable Stephen saying that, okay, if we don't take taxes, then what do we use to develop this country?
So the issue is that what is the implication of imposition of new taxes today? Look at the condition that we find ourselves. People, we can't buy cement, we can't buy roofing sheets, we can't buy iron sheets. Businesses are collapsing. So if you continue to add up onto the taxes that we exist now, what will be the implication? Is it not the case that if you add more taxes, businesses will collapse and then people will be out of jobs? Is that not what the ultimate aim? So it's telling me that because they need resources to prosecute government business, they have to introduce taxes. But the very tax that we have now, people are struggling. It's leading to loss of jobs. Businesses are collapsing.
So give financing, Honorable, I understand you, but give financing option. Tell us now.
The financing option is that you have to reduce the size of government so that the amount of money that you use in keeping the number of people you have employed will come down. You understand? What you have to do, what the option is that you have to reduce the size of government, the ministry. There are a lot of ministries. Can you be disciplined? So that
you are my senior brother. We are not fighting.
I was quiet when you were talking. Look, there are a number of ministries you can merge to reduce the cost of transacting government business in this country. For instance, transport ministry. Why should we have ministry for railways, ministry for aviation? What else we can have one ministry with one minister and one deputy instead of about 6 ministers? Do you know how much it costs to keep one minister?
Honorable, let me
you understand?
Honorable Stephen, again. Honorable, he has given a solution. He said reduce the size of government.
How can there be a solution? How? You see, one problem we have in our country, and it's not only with respect to my brothers from the NDC, all of us as a country, financial economics is not just statement. Before you make these statements, you should bring us the figures, calculation, and tell us that if you cut A, B, C, we are saving 1 billion. Our needs, what we need to perform our financing obligations, we need maybe 5 billion. If you cut this, you can reduce it by 2. That is how we manage and make propositions. We have a country that people just can make statements without the needed mathematics. You can't run a country like that. You see, just like even what they did about the COVID. Oh, the money we got for COVID, the money we got for that. If you reduce the sizes, reducing sizes of government is not a bad idea. It's not. I wouldn't say that is very bad. No. If I do that, I'm not being honest. I want to be very technical as much as possible. But the question is, if I were the opposition members, by now I would have done all the needed financial economics and the mathematics. So when you are telling Ghanaians, okay, if you reduce the size of government by, say, this number. We are saving 1 billion. This is the figures. If you do this, we are saving that. The amount of money we need as a country to finance the inevitable projects and programs and the social contracts such as the pro-poor policies and redistribution policies amount to this, so we can solve our problems. Let me tell you what he's talking about. I'm not saying it's bad, but even if we reduce what he's talking about and we say we are not even taking any more taxes or expanding our tax net or whatever it is, this country will collapse economically. So let's stop making these qualitative statements we make in our country. Whether NDC, MPP, whoever it is. Sometimes even see professor making such financial economic statement without the needed numbers and figures. It is a different area and jurisdiction. Before you talk about reduction, before you talk about extraction, bring the figures, compare or align the figures to what we want to, what we have to finance our financial obligations. But they don't do all because they want to come to power. They are making just statement out of arbitrariness, and I think that is unfortunate.
Have you seen how he's struggling to defend himself? And I'm surprised you are speaking this way, because when we're in government, we introduce some form of taxes, 26. And you describe them as nuisance taxes. That is how you describe taxes that we impose when we're in government. So you describe them as nuisance taxes. So because we did that, why are you not patient? Can you listen to me, please? When we were speaking, I was quiet. You could have asked me a question. I expect you to behave properly. So you see, when we introduce taxes, they describe it as nuisance taxes. Today, you are here justifying additional imposition of taxes on Ghanaians. In this condition, in this situation, you yourself, you are struggling with your life. Today, how much it costs you to go to hospital? How much it costs you to pay your your children's school fees? How much it costs you to pay for utilities? Look, today, over the years, the syndicated loan for cocoa, to buy cocoa, comes to Parliament in August. Because cocoa board has been run down, because they have collapsed cocoa sector, as we speak, they have not been able to bring cocoa syndicated loan. And so when cocoa farmers produce the cocoa and are sold to the LBCs, they don't have money to pay for them. So as we speak, government is yet to present syndicated loan to Parliament for its approval before they can have money to send to the cocoa growing areas. This is the government that we are talking about introducing new. It's not serious. Have you brought syndicated loan? Do you have it in August?
Honorable, why the delay?
What is delay? Ask him what is the delay.
He's talking about the syndicated loan.
This is the first time we had even announced prices, domestic prices, far earlier than even the day we were expecting. Look, we don't have any constitutional stipulate or tools that define the time frame with which we bring.
Is that the reason for the delay?
No. We are talking about pragmatism. And pragmatic, one thing with the NDC is that, respectfully, they don't know how to manage the economy. So they make these social statements and people will follow them. Let me ask you, if you have interest rate jumping from about 14.5% to about 32%, affecting the cocoa loans that we had, exchange rate moving up, and the same period, the domestic price that we gave to cocoa farmers, he's a cocoa farmer. I'm a farmer, and my father was in cocoa farm in their area. First time, even when the Ivory Coast and other countries were pricing their domestic cocoa, whatever, that they have for the domestic farmers, ours was even far higher than the international market. And it led to losses. This is a fact. And the cocoa roads that they themselves left, and we also added some, increased our debt. You understand, our debt portfolio. But because MPP government understand how to manage the economy, we have even referenced and restructured our portfolio sector in terms of cost and in terms of maturity date. They've gone up. They had gone around doing propaganda in the villages that we don't even have money to pay them. And when we send the bill to the committee level, my sister, we had to do this. At least every woman is a mother. I mean, when I was talking, you said I should be disciplined, but you're also interrupting a senior. Can you also help me? Maybe I can't say that to you because you are my senior. What I'm saying is that yesterday they put every bit of impediment in a way not to pass it, even at the committee level. 3 days ago, yesterday, today, you see what they will do. So they are the same people that are impairing progress and productivity because of the balancing number we have in Parliament. So that they will go and tell Ghanaians that we don't want to do most of the things we want to do. They put impediments and obstacles in our way. But what I'm saying is that they should answer us one question. We are not supposed to increase or take taxes. I agree. We are not supposed to borrow because you are borrowed enough. I agree. They should tell us the third option. And if he's saying that we should cut down government size, let me even agree. Ask him, how much are we going to accrue from that against our obligations? This is how you manage the economy. So,
is that to say that how much we accrue is not as insignificant?
Ask him, Madam, you should also ask him the same question. That, okay, we are not going to tax. We are not going to borrow. So if you say we should only cut down government size, he should tell us how much are we going to get against how much are we supposed to spend to move this country forward. He should tell me right now.
Honorable.
Look, the point is that I think he doesn't understand the cocoa sector. He said that there's no time limit. How can you announce that you have opened the season in September and you are coming to Parliament in November to present the money, the syndicated loan for the purchase of the cocoa? So what happened? What? Look,
you also don't understand the finance.
You haven't.
Something great finance.
Please.
You can go. I want to explain that technically.
So he doesn't even understand.
My sister.
Let me talk.
He
You give me enough room.
He doesn't understand.
You understand?
We have something called finance.
So our viewers can understand whatever is going on. Honorable, let's calm down so our viewers can understand what is going on. We are not helping our viewers, please. We are not helping our viewers. Yes, but they have to understand. They have to understand. They have to understand.
And I'm saying that he doesn't even understand what he's talking about. The point is that how can you open the season in September and you are not thinking about bringing the syndicated loan, which is purposely to use to purchase cocoa? You are not pre-financing anything. There's no money. Today, if you go to the cocoa growing areas, when they sell the cocoa to the LBCs, they don't have money to pay them. That is why. And so for him to say that he is happy that they are going to introduce new taxes to add up to the hardship that we are going through. Do you understand it? Do you know the meaning? Do you know the implication? When we cannot buy fuel today, when we can buy cement, when we can buy iron sheet, and so on and so forth. Be disciplined.
Please let's help our viewers. Honorable members, please let's help our viewers. Please let's help our viewers. Our viewers need to.
You see, the point, my senior.
I want you to talk, but please.
Stop for a long time.
Can I finish?
You give it to me. Let me say.
Can I finish?
I want to explain.
And I've told him that there are a lot of the ministries that they can emerge. When they emerge, what's the housing ministry? Together with sanitation and then the water resources, transportation. We don't need those railways, we don't need aviation, we don't need transport as a separate ministry. When they merge the three, we will reduce the size of government and then also make sure that they block leakages at the port, they block leakages at GRA and so on and so forth. When they do that, they will get a lot of resources and then stop introducing hardship on Ghanaians.
Propose solutions.
When you introduce additional taxes, you are compounding the problems that Ghanaians are going through today.
Thank you, Honorable Samson. Honorable.
You know he couldn't answer my question.
Honorable.
No, he couldn't. In the first place, he was supposed to tell us, don't increase taxes. I'm coming. Don't borrow. I agree. These are the two major financing options. So they should give us an alternative. You say we should cut down government. How much are we saving? You couldn't tell us. Let me tell you. The issue he raised about cocoa, it is true that there is a gap and the time we are announcing. But in finance, you're afraid we be bridge financing. Before the loan, please. This is a technical word. Senior, you don't even understand.
Honorable members,
so we use an option of bridge financing to curtail the situation till the syndicated loan is completed. You see, one thing about the NDC, they don't even understand economic management. They don't. It's the only pro-poor policy. They've never done anything.
Thank you, honorable members. We will further engage you. Honorable, we will further engage you on these. It has been an engagement between Honorable Samson Ahi and Honorable Stephen Amwako. Yes, Honorable. Thank you very much. Honorable, I'll invite you to the studio so that you can have more time to talk. I would let my colleague Jeff join me so that we have a discussion on what is going on here. Jeff, you have heard from the Honorables and you've been speaking on the sidelines with other members of Parliament. What have they been telling you?
Yeah, I think a lot of the discussion has to do with some policies that the government has introduced, with some of them actually incurring hardship on Ghanaians. I mean, one can talk about some of the levies at the ports, where I mean these importers and exporters are not happy about. So for the minority, they are of the position that, I mean, government in this particular budget, government should be able to cut some of these levies, or actually abolish them, so that, I mean, Ghanaians can have some relief. Mind you, most of the reason why we going through all these things has to do with cost of living. I mean, prices are high in the market. When you go to the market to buy items, I mean, prices are so high to the extent that it is not easy for Ghanaians. So I think that has been the position of the minority, which I think that the finance minister, when he appears in the House this morning, will be able to touch on some of these things.
All right, thank you very much, Fred. We are still here. In some few minutes, the finance minister will be here for the budget. That's the 2024 budget statement, and we will still be here to bring you more from the finance minister.
Right, and that was our business news correspondent here at Metro Television, Alberta Bisu, and she's Mrs. Forgive me, please. I don't have her last name, but it's fine. Alberta.
That was a kind of fiery interview. I really enjoyed it. It was.
I mean, expect that with Stephen Amwa. Even when he's losing, he thinks he's winning. he never wants to lose an argument there. But there were very poignant points that were raised. And I think that it's time we're bringing in our guests so we can look at some of the issues that they talked about. I mean, we started with, beyond Stephen Amwa, the Deputy Trades Minister. We looked at John Jinapor.
Yeah, he raised.
Who is on the Finance Committee. He talked about, taxes. They are not seeing the benefits, and that people are even harder off than they were, and that the introduction of taxes has not brought any relief. Whatever programs government says we're investing in, we did not see, or we're not seeing the benefits of that. So we will look at that. Eric Opoku as well spoke. So we'll look at all the issues that have been raised. And if you're watching us at home, on all our social media platforms, all right, on Twitter, on Facebook, or YouTube, don't hesitate to just share your comments on what you have heard. These are our parliamentarians. Their views on what the finance minister would present. Of course, expect the government appointee to speak in support of what the finance minister would present, and the opposition to oppose. But are they just opposing, or those are the realities on the ground in terms of taxes? He raises an important point.
Yeah, it says we should be expecting 11 billion Ghana cedis of new tax revenue ventures in this budget. That's the John Jinapor who made that statement. And also the Deputy Finance Minister said in a statement that we should be expecting approximately about $900 million by the end of 2023. Basically, 300 million from World Bank and 600 million, that is the IMF second tranche, which will be coming in very soon. We want to also acknowledge our viewers on YouTube. Those who are watching us on YouTube, we say we are having a good time. I can see Nana Diamond, Teddy, all of you, and also our Facebook viewers. We know you are watching us from anywhere you are.
Right. So we have guests who would be joining us on Zoom. I wonder, Winston, to go ahead and
we'll be joined in studio very soon by Joe Jackson, the Director of Finance with Delex Finance, and also Daniel Enim, the President for the Policy Initiative for Economic Development, and Anthony Morrison, the Ghana Chamber of Agribusiness CEO. But in studio, as of now, we have the senior lecturer with the Faculty of Business at the Accra Technical University in the person of Mr. Daniel Osabote to give us insight, especially what we'll be looking forward to in the 2024 budget.
Good one there.
Osabote, welcome.
Yes, welcome. I want you to speak to the comments by the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, who talks about, yes, we need money. You're asking us for more roads. You're asking us for cushions and incentives. Where should we get the money from? Was that a legitimate rhetoric question from him to say, where do you expect us if we don't raise taxes?
Indeed, I was really amazed at the exchange between the two MPs. Of course, they spoke their mind, but then the deputy minister asked the question, if we are not increasing taxes and then we are also borrowing, where are we going to get the money to finance the projects?
Right.
Yes, I remember before the MPP took office, they came out with a roadmap. And the roadmap was that we were overburdened with taxes and that they will be moving more into production. So I believe that a simple answer would be that if we had really worked things out very well, by now we should be reaping more from the industry that we have, or the industrial sector that we have in this country, and not over-depending on taxation. And let me also say that the amount that you may be raising from taxation doesn't depend so much on the number of taxes that you have introduced, but how effective have those taxes been managed is very important. You can have 500 taxes if you are not managing those.
So I want you to answer your own question about how effective has the government, put those taxes to use. How effective have they been? If we speak to, say, e-levy alone as a tax.
Indeed, if you look at e-levy, government didn't really listen to the public when they brought 1.5% and later they reduced it to 1%. Experts came out to say that e-levy is an avenue where you can rake in lots of money, because if you look at people who are on electronic money transactions, there are many. So why wouldn't you rather reduce it from the 1% to 0.5% so that it will be attractive for people to still hook onto the Momo? I'm expecting that with what is happening in terms of the Momo transaction is expanding. If you look at the data as we have now, it has increased so much. But is it having that commensurating increase in revenue in terms of the levy that they have introduced? I doubt, because people are also smart. They're also having a way of navigating their way through to avoid some of these payments. You understand? So it is there. But then, if you look at our tax revenue to GDP, as we speak, we always compare our 13%, below the 13% to our neighboring countries. That other countries are making 18% tax revenue to GDP. But the 18% tax revenue to GDP, are we looking at the number of taxes that they have there? Or we are looking at how they are managing those taxes? So that tells you that if we are pegging our tax revenue to GDP of 18% minimum or 20%, and we are still not hitting it, it means that we are not doing things right. It means that we are not doing things right. Like, we introduced the growth and sustainability levy.
Yes.
We amended about 3 different tax laws. We talk of the income tax law has been amended. Now the graduating tax is up to 35%. We have also reviewed our excise duty. Now we are even taxing betting and all those things. Now, if you put all these taxes that we introduced together, per government's own projection, it's not even giving us 4 billion. It's around 3.96 something billion. So you ask yourself, why do you bring in about 5-6 different taxes and you are not even able to hit 5 billion or even 10 billion? It means that we sometimes rush in bringing in some of these new taxes without looking at the effect. You understand? The deputy minister was asking, where are we going to get money to embark on projects and all other things? So do we also put pen on paper to calculate how much we are likely to raise out of some of these new taxes that we bring
when
on
the
board.
finance minister earlier on in the middle of the year, he said their tax measure, that is burden sharing agenda, was to ensure that they reduce their expenditure from their angle while sharing the burden with Ghanaians by the introduction of these new taxes. But here lies the case where we've seen the ramification of these new taxes on businesses. Most businesses, per my assessment, have collapsed. Most of them are falling up, and the challenge now is to how to bring stability in the economy.
Yeah.
In the face of that, would you say government has done much, especially in line with policy, to help businesses thrive?
I don't think government is doing much as we speak. Why? Because, you see, it is not just about introducing new taxes, but you're also considering businesses. We are raising so much from corporate tax, where you have businesses also expanding, but if they are overburdened with so many taxes, then it means that they will be unable to have enough profits. And if the profit is not enough, how will they be able to expand? And if they are not expanding, how will they be able to get enough to even pay taxes? Because at the end of the day, whatever profit that is declared, they pay tax on it. So if the environment is not too good for them to also have enough profit, the tax that will be paying to government will also be affected. But where we have created that atmosphere, where they are doing so well, they are expanding, they've been able to employ more people, okay, then government can also rake in enough taxes when such businesses are also growing. But if we are stifling the growth of these businesses, then of course we wouldn't be able to raise enough taxes out of whatever they'll be paying. So if you look at the projection, the mid-year review as presented by the finance minister, he indicated that our government projected 64.729 billion, okay, mid-year. But they were able to raise 59.3 billion. So there's a shortfall of about 5.4 billion, which is about 8% within 6 months. So it tells you that the projected revenue for government, they are not still even achieving it. Okay, now when it comes to expenditure, government for the first 6 months have been able to reduce expenditure, and that cannot be attributed to prudent management. No, it is more of the suspension of our interest payment. More of we having suspended our interest payment. It came out of the domestic program. Exactly, okay. Right. Where coupons have been reduced. So whatever government projected, they have reduced it not because we manage the interest prudently, but it is because we have reduced the coupon. So suspension in terms of servicing your debts doesn't in any way contribute to you prudently managing the economy. Right. They are two different things.
Because others have had to sacrifice their resources just so government can stay afloat.
And of course, it is also going to have an impact. Because if you are holding on to something that should have been given to me, assuming I invested, and then instead of giving me 20%, you are giving me 5% or 6%, whatever I envisage using the money to do, I wouldn't be able to do it. Right. Maybe if I had invested it into the economy, it would have even yielded more revenue for government. All right,
Mr. We'll come back to you shortly. We have Daniel Enim, the president for the Policy Initiative for Economic Development, joining us on Zoom. Daniel, welcome to the conversation. Hello, Daniel.
Okay, so we will work on that link, and yes. I'm sure the studio will tell us when we have the link. It's a live program. It happens. Yes. When we have a stable internet with him, we will definitely go back to him. But your point you make about expenditure.
Yes.
So is it, you talk about has government sat down to quantify how much they need probably to invest in a project or how much they will need? And it's obvious that we've never been able to, we spend more than we earn.
Exactly so.
I don't want to talk about the labor front that, there's the issue about productivity there. So is it that because we have run systems where we overpromise, even when we know we cannot deliver. And so people have become accustomed to it. Is why we continuously have this cycle of repetitiveness.
Yes.
And we will continue on that tangent until, I don't know, maybe the country comes to a halt.
I have been saying that until we get to the point of pursuing national agenda, we always have political parties promising what they cannot
So
deliver.
there's always a next election
There is, you see,
appetite.
instead of we coming out to say that these are the things that Ghanaians want to see, these are the things that we want to enjoy. We want to have 5 secondary schools within a year. We want to have 2 hospitals within a year. We want to have this number of roads. Without a politician coming to promise you that I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do that. Because once they come out with this manifesto, they'll be compelled to execute whatever manifesto that they have given.
Right.
Whether there is no money or there is no money, they have to do it.
Right. So for instance,
yes.
if government says, I want to build 111 hospitals, where did that come from? Who said Ghanaians wanted 111 hospitals, for instance? And so then they are faced with the pressure of having to raise the finance for that. So where does that come from?
And that is why I started by saying that we don't have a national agenda. We don't have a plan. Whether Party A is in power or Party B is in power. What are Ghanaians saying? You know, that is why in the wisdom of our predecessors, they were able to come out with a 40-year development plan that were divided into 10-year, 10-year, 10-year. Have we been following that plan?
Nope.
We haven't. Of course, if we had decided to follow that plan, I don't think that any other party would have come out with a different agenda aside whatever plan that Ghanaians have agreed on.
Okay.
So,
all right. So I think,
continue.
all right.
So I think you're.
We
When we
Daniel.
are ready, we'll go to Daniel. Daniel, if we can have him on screen just to be sure that his internet is stable, that we can hear him, his sound, he can unmute his sound. Daniel, good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, I can hear you now.
Oh, great. Yes, we can hear you. I mean, now that you're on, I'm sure you've been listening. I want to get your initial thoughts and also impact of this whole, 16 hours ago, 23% increment in the base pay. What's the impact of that on the budget presentation today?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we are, let me start by saying we are in a very difficult times, and I can understand the moment or the hit that the Honorable Finance Minister will be going through, because you have to try to present a budget that in a way will appear to minimize the plight of businesses as well as the citizens, and equally so not sacrificing the gains that we are experiencing in terms of our recovery. So it's a very difficult moment, and then I trust that they'll be able to put up a very innovative budget, a budget that will speak to all citizens across board. Yes, to answer you, considering the economic conditions as we are facing currently in terms of our living standards and then our incomes level, if you do the comparison, you do the mathematics, as much as 3% in terms of totality will be quite huge for government in terms of how it's going to affect the budget. But with respect to individual pockets, I'm afraid it will not amount to anything much, taking into consideration the high cost, the conditionalities. But some of these things, I think government can only initiate or make changes based on the kind of discussion that they have with funds, as well as the ongoing negotiation with the external creditors. So it becomes very difficult to say that, maintaining it, bringing it about, and that is what will help, because you need to put into consideration, into perspective, the kind of discourse that is ongoing with the fund and as well as external creditors. And so, to me, the kind of things that I will see in the budget will serve as a result. To me, the kind of things that I will see in the budget will serve as a reflection of the discussion that has gone on with the fund, as well as the recent discussion that the finance minister had with the external creditors, and that is going to be the refreshing. So it's quite difficult for analyst for us to, or to me, to emphatically state that this should be the best way to go, because as it stands, the government has already tied its hands by going for the for IMF support. There are so many things that government will be compelled to execute, even if it will not order way politically for government. So looking at the narratives and the kind of situation we find ourselves, some of these things are very difficult to predict or to take a position on.
Then when I look at the mood from the finance ministry, it looks as if the 900 million that is expected by the close of 2023 seems to bring a bit of relief to the economy. Nonetheless, we have seen consistently government borrowing from the treasury bill market, and that has, many have said, has stifled the private sector from access to capital at a cheaper price. Now that we are entering into 2024, are we to say that things might look worse or better, especially for private sector?
Yes, I would say for the private sector, that has been the narrative over the period. You recall, even before the economy mess up and we have to go to the fund, government borrowing from the private sector, from the commercial banks, and that's the reason which the commercial banks are also struggling, because of the kind of debt restructuring, because they prefer giving money to the government, which could be described as risk-free, but the narratives have changed now. What I would say is that government consistent borrowing from the market, from the domestic market, and then denying the private sector access to liquidity, it's not a very good narrative. Because what it means is that the commercial banks are willing, even in the midst of this economic difficulty, because they know government at the end of the day, come what may, they will be able to pay, regardless of whatever is happening. But if you do that, you deny the private sector access to liquidity. And if the private sector is not able to have access to liquidity to expand productive capacity, what it means is that in the long run, it will affect the growth of the economy. Your expected GDP, you don't get it. They will not be able to create more jobs in the system, so unemployment will increase. In fact, as government, your domestic revenue will also fall, because they will not be able to generate the needed revenue. So it is something that it's really affecting the private sector. But as it stands now, rightly put by you, the government has no option than to resort to the market and borrow, and that's the reason which in recent time we have seen an increase in the treasury bill rate. An economic model which is not too good for an emerging economy, but the conditions as we face now compels government to opt for that. Right. And I trust that going into the fiscal year 2024, government will minimize that to allow the private sector to borrow rather for productive economic activities.
Okay. Doc, I have a question on same about the impact of the first tranche. I mean, 600, and there's an expectation of 600 and 300. What would you say was the real impact of the first and the expectation that $900 million will make a difference? When in real terms, I have seen the dollar is still struggling at 12. So where do we see the impacts? Where exactly are we seeing the impacts of that injection of money?
I think the impact has to do with the credibility that we've earned in the eyes of the global investor community. If you recall, even though we're going through difficulties as an economy, but investor confidence in our economy is still high. Right. It's because of the IMF coming on board. Number two, things would have been even worse had it not because of the 600 that came on board. Right. Because if you look at it, prior to that time, I think our reserve was somewhere about 0.8 import cover from 3.3. That, so it brought about some kind of fairly stability. The impact wasn't too great for all of us to feel it, but from the micro level, it served a purpose, credibility in the eyes of the investor community. And number two, in a way, beef up our reserve at the Bank of Ghana, and that's the reason which the rate is a little bit fairly stable, 11, 12 thereabout. We trust, my expectation is that if we should get the 900, what it means is that we'll be able to have more reserves now at the Bank of Ghana, and that will further stabilize the economy. But let me add that the natural way of ensuring that the city performs better is by we bringing more inflow into the economy by way of the product that we export to other people, by adding value to what we do and minimizing importation of product that we have competitive edge to do. That's the natural way to solving it. It doesn't matter how much dollar you pump into the economy. If the economy is import driven, you still face the system. It's just a matter of time, and you bounce back to a situation where the cedi will not be able to perform well against the dollar. So the way to go as an economy is to move away from the import-driven economy that we have and predominantly exportation of raw material by adding value. And that's the reason with the industrialization agenda is very key. And there's a need for us to pay a recourse to the 1D, 1F and do it in a manner that will really have a ripple effect or will anchor the economy by ensuring that we propel economic growth.
All right. Doc, I think we will have you hold on a bit and come back to the studio. We also have our colleague, Elvis Afriye.
Elvis
Ando.
Yes.
Elvis Ando, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Elvis Ando, who's at Abosoka, they are a very vociferous, very united, powerful group. And they import all the spare parts, that's a hub of spare parts in the country. And when they speak, if you want to know how the economy is, look, you can literally go to Abosoka and you have a myriad of opinion on how the economy is faring or how the market is doing, despite the fact that, in prior to the 2016 election, they invested heavily in this administration.
Yes.
But they have not been shy of expressing their frustration with the introduction of taxes and increment in taxes. So it's important that we have Elvis there. So if Elvis is ready, we can cross over to Elvis. We'll come back to the studio here and engage our experts.
So this is
As with live production, these are expected, because data buffering and freezing. But we'll definitely go back because I want to know the thoughts on the ground. I mean, we posed a question to Dr. Daniel Inim about impact of the injection and the projection. So I think I would want you to start off from where you sit. What was the impact of the first injunction, first tranche that we got from the IMF?
Right. So with the impact, you realize that with the injection of the $600 million, our cedi for some time now has stabilized.
It was not running.
Okay. It's not running as it used to run.
Right.
But a lot of things also contributed to the stabilization of the cedi, in addition to the bailout of $600 million. Again, yes, credibility has come.
for to some a budget no.
All right, so we just exactly, seriously. So we'll get back to Elvis soon, but we'll also be getting you update from Tiptoe Lane and Sectoral, who are also sharing their view in regards to the expectation in the 2024 budget. Here with me in studio is Mr. Daniel Saboti, the senior lecturer with the Faculty of Business at the Accra Technical University. Now, Mr. Daniel, we were talking about the stability of the cedi.
Yes.
Last week, we've seen some marginal depreciation in the currency as dollar keep appreciating, the U.S. adjusting their interest rates, and all that happening. We are feeling it down here as well.
Yes.
But what difference has the IMF first tranche made in terms of ensuring that we are where we are now?
All right. So I mentioned the stabilization of the cedi. And then again, if you look at the recent Fitch credit rating, we have moved to CCC, where originally in the junk status. We can also attribute the improvement in our credit rating to the release of this $600 million. If you look at our foreign reserves, it has also gone up and that is also a plus. But one other issue that has also helped in stabilizing the cedi has to do with reduction in imports. Okay, but we have to be very careful, because when you reduce or you put in measures to reduce your imports, but you don't have import substitution, then what will happen is that it will get to a point where you don't have enough supply of goods that people will need, and if not properly managed, you rather end up creating demand pool inflation, because we are not getting the goods as expected. We don't also have firms or industries within the local market to produce, so the little that is in the market will cause people to now be chasing it for higher prices. So we should be able to manage it very well. I think that once we reduce our importation, we should also find a way of substituting whatever we are curtailing, so that we'll be able to sustain the economy. Now, as we speak, our stability is also on life support. We are expecting the second tranche from IMF. And then we are also looking at the syndicated loan of about $800 million or whatever. You know, recently government had to fall on cocoa traders to raise about $200 million,
right,
because of the delay in the release of the syndicated loan. It was just a stopgap measure to ensure that things were.
With what was happening, how long does it take for us to get to this point? Because if we foresaw the challenges that might befall us as an economy in terms of raising revenue, where we already know we can have access to the international market, domestically too, we are limited to just treasury bill, and all these financing gaps that has been blocked. In that way, are we at a point where many have said, especially the books can reflect that we are broke? And if we are, what direction should we be taking going forward into 2024?
Yes, we are broke. We are broke. You see, but I think government also projected that having received the 600 million first tranche, by November 1st, we should be getting the second tranche of about 600 to also cushion the economy. But as we speak, we are yet to receive the second tranche because the external creditors have not yet issued the financing assurance for IMF to release our money. And you see, I wasn't too happy with the way government went about negotiating with external creditors. At least we should have learned our lessons from the domestic debt exchange, where instead of engaging stakeholders, government first came out and then announced, and we had lots of agitations where people refused to even get on board, that kind of thing. So when I heard that there was going to be a haircut between 30 and 40% on external creditors, then I asked the question, where has the negotiation reached? Because I was expecting that if it is something that you have put on the table about to engage your external creditors, you don't come public and announce. You have to rather finish the boardroom discussions, and if it is approved, then you come out and then let people know. But to come out and say that I owe you, but then there will be a haircut. And you know, when it comes to haircut, you have the extrinsic and then the intrinsic. Some of, domestically we went through the intrinsic haircut where the maturity period had to be elongated, you know, coupons have to reduce and all that kind of thing. But in this case, we are going by the extrinsic. And how many external creditors who yield to, letting go 30%, between 30 and 40% off their sweat. So it really calls for proper negotiations and they understanding our conditions.
Now, when you speak about negotiation and
yes.
the boardroom...
Before your next question, if you could just hold on a bit, because I think producer said we could go to Parliament and listen to the Member of Parliament for Secondary and also Deputy Minister of Energy on, he responded to a number of things that the Member of Parliament for Yape Kusagu constituency said, John Jinapo, who's also a member of the Finance Committee of Parliament, talked about the fact that people are sick and tired of taxes and that we have not seen anything come out of the taxes that have been introduced, and that if we're looking for revenue and it means that we're going to raise taxes, then it is of no use. And my colleague Alberta Bisu engaged him on that.
I will speak to you on the energy sector, since that's your field. In this budget, what should we be expecting from your side?
Well, I believe that the finance minister would continue with the work that he started in terms of consolidating the gains that were made. As you are very much aware, okay, and if you have a contractual relationship that says that every power that is generated, you pay for it, and you're unable to, so then ab initio there is a deficit, okay, that you have to make up for, because PURC is not allowing you to pass the excess that the consumer hasn't consumed to the consumer. And so somebody has to make up for that deficit. And consistently over the years, the Ministry of Finance has come through. We've increased our access to electricity generation to 88.85%. The target is to get to 90% by 2024. And my expectation will be that sufficient enough resources will be deployed in that regard to ensure that we increase our electricity penetration and also ensure that the lights are on. Of course, the policies that we've rolled out in terms of the gold for oil that has brought some relative stability in the exchange rate regime and also our petroleum pricing regime. I expect that to be deepened so that we can reach the target of 50% that we set for ourselves. As of now, we are in the region of some 28 to 29% of all imports under the gold for oil regime, and I'm sure that you've seen the relative decreases from what we saw in November of 2022 to this time, where petroleum prices are for the first time falling from the mid-20s to 12, and I expect that that will also feature prominently in the budget.
We're talking about excess capacity. I have heard people saying that Ghana has excess capacity, so why do we sometimes get power cuts intermittently? Then it should be flowing and we continue to export. Why are we now suffering from the excess capacity?
We've always exported power, but bear in mind that the export is dependent on the demands of the persons that you are exporting to. And so if you have, say, 1,000 excess and what your purchaser is demanding is only 200, you can't force him to take the 800 because you have excess. But you see, within the power value chain, 4 or 5 levels, okay, there's the fuel component, which as of now we've transitioned from liquid to gas, except when there are issues with maintenance of our gas infrastructure, then we put in a substitute liquid fuel. There's also the generation, which then relies on the fuel to power the plants. Then there's a transmission, which is the work of GridCo, moving the power from the generators to the distribution company, who then sells it to the final consumer. The truth is we have excess capacity in terms of our generation. It's not static because our demand is growing year on year. So between 2017 and now, the level of excess capacity is declining, okay? But we still have excess within the energy generation space. However, if you have issues with fuel, which in this case is gas, as we had over the weekend when the West African gas pipeline had to do an interconnection of a private sector pipeline, the Sectoral refinery pipeline, onto the system. That then would mean that they'll have to shut off the gas. What we did was to put in alternative liquid fuel arrangements for the duration that they had requested. However, they exceeded the time. And so by the time that they finished the work, turning on the plants to depend on gas would take some time, and so you had those outages. That necessarily doesn't mean that we don't have excess generation, but because of that deficit in fuel availability. You recall that about 2 or 3 weeks back, we had issues with payments to WAPCO, which then led today preventing GMPC from using the reverse flow pipeline. When those issues happen, then you have intermittent, outages. Over and above that, whatever it is that you see, it's mainly localized outages that electricity company would encounter. And you see, a couple of days ago, I was having an argument, I believe yesterday on Joy FM, and I made a point that You can blame ECG all you want, okay, for inefficiencies. But if the contractual arrangement that previous governments have compelled them to contract is such that even the monies that they collect is unable to pay their power purchase, then how do you expect them to generate revenue to fix their distribution infrastructure to provide efficient power into our homes? Do you understand the point that I'm making? Because if they did not have that obligation and they were efficient in collecting all the revenue, then you would expect that they would deploy some of those resources into maintenance, building more transformers, building more substations so that they can improve their services. But here's a company that is unable to generate enough to even pay for the generation cost that they've contracted because of the take-or-pay obligations in there. In fact, we've been having negotiations with the IPPs. The excess component of ECG's bill as of July, 1.6 billion, is 35%. That's power that has never been consumed, but ECG has to pay for. Now, assuming they were collecting all the monies that they bill, and that in itself is insufficient to pay for their generation cost, how do you expect them to make money to pay for?
Honorable, are you making a case for ECG on it, some of its efficiency?
That's the price of the legacy issues that we have had to encounter and deal with. Okay, nobody can wish them away. They are reality on the ground. And so, yes, the system has improved. Gone are the days when we used to sleep in darkness for 24 hours and light off 12 hours. And I'm excited that today, power going off for 1 hour, 2 hours is one that generates public outcry, because it tells you the kind of progress that Akufo-Addo government has made. It's not a perfect system. We are working to improve it. Over the past couple of months, you've seen the revenue collection measures that the ECG management has rolled out, all with a view to improving their system. So if they generate more revenue, they can put more investments in their distribution infrastructure to enable them deliver optimal service to the Ghanaian people. And we will keep at it.
That notwithstanding, KPMG did a survey, and in that survey they revealed that businesses are so concerned about the inefficiencies of the ECG. They complain about they're not even taking the bills. Or
yes.
So how do we stop this so to ensure that ECG reap the full benefits of election?
So, for example, we have sought and obtained cabinet approval to introduce private sector participation in the retail end of ECG. That is to do the billing and collection of their revenue. We have rolled out a system where ECG is actually building boundary meters in their operational district, operational areas, okay, so that they can have electricity accounting. They can account for power that goes into every enclave and be able to then bill and collect. So these are measures that are being rolled out to ensure that we bring some efficiency. But I'm saying that it's not an event, and two, it takes resources to deploy. You would expect that resources deployment will come from their own operational activities. But here is a case where ab initio they have a deficit because of the contractual regime that they have in place. And so right from the very beginning, ECG is incapacitated. But that's why government support has had to come in through several interventions like the cash waterfall mechanism to ensure that everybody else in the value chain and things are at least constantly paid and all that. Then we've been working at it. We'll keep at it to ensure that we put in place a much more efficient system for the benefit of our consumers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ejapah Mensah, the Deputy Minister for Energy and the MP for 2nd D. Also, I have here the former minister, who is also joined, the former Minister of Energy, and he's here with me. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Honorable you are here, you'll be witnessing the Finance Minister read the budget. You have been in the energy sector. What are your expectations?
Well, my expectations will include measures that the government will be taking to reduce the losses of the energy sector. That is what I will be expecting. Yeah.
Looking at our current energy sector, what are some of the loopholes that you think we should be working to fix it?
Wastage, and underinvestment. Yeah.
How do we fix that?
Well, you eliminate wastage by concrete measures, by prudent financial management measures, by not bloating the various bureaucracies, and also by investing in key areas. That is how you reduce wastage. If you take ECG, for example, ECG's technical and commercial losses are about 30%. So even before they sell, there's already a 30% loss of revenue. I mean, you cannot have a markup that will outstrip 30%. And so that is major. ECG can reduce its commercial losses by being more commercially focused. And then they also need some investment to reduce their technical losses. Invest in smart meters, invest in smart transformers, substations. You're going to need that. Lines, new distribution lines. You're going to need that.
Speaking to Honorable Lejapamesa, he mentioned that some construction agreements are costing us a lot in the energy sector. How best do you think we could deal with these agreements?
Which agreements, for example?
He talked about the take or pay and the excess capacity.
Can they tell us which agreement they have signed that is not take or pay? They've initialed 2 new agreements. They act with AXA. Both of them are take or pay. So what is this propaganda for? Who is going to invest $500 million or more in your country without a guarantee that you buy the power? Are you going to do that? Are they charities? And excess capacity, if they claim there is excess capacity, why have they signed 2 new agreements? Are we not turning logic on its head? The minister just announced that they've signed 2 new agreements to bring in about 750 megawatts of power in Tema and Kumasi. AXA is going to have a plant in Kumasi and they're going to have a plant in Tema. So are you telling me that if you have excess capacity, you sign additional agreements to bring in more power? Please, the propaganda is different from the reality. This is childish propaganda when people say we have excess energy whilst they are signing on to new additions. It's childish.
Thank you very much for your time, Honorable. We are very grateful. So we've been speaking to a current energy minister and a former energy minister. We've heard that government is working to bring some structures in ECG so that they can eliminate some inefficiencies, like they will be bringing in private partnership to ensure the collection of bills. Also, we've had the former minister say that they need to fix the inefficiencies to ensure that we have adequate and great energy, which has to be sufficient for us all. It's still been with me, Alberto BCU, bringing you expectations of the budget. The finance minister is yet to come. Alberto BCU Ansong, reporting for Metro News.
Right.
That was some superb interview by my colleague Alberto
I absolutely
Bisu.
love her questions, her line of questioning.
She really brought us a lot of
yes,
facts.
You know, sometimes you meet these very difficult. Remember, he has been there before, right? And he feels under attack because you're literally questioning things he did in office. And Alberto was prepared, you know, with the follow-ups, and I think that's just
really commendable. Absolutely,
it should be done. I'm particularly interested. I know I'm sure Winston will want to, but just about the issue of generation. You know, he talks about we have excess capacity, which Ejapamesa mentions, and then yes, we're going in for more agreement because there's a generational deficit. How insincere? What is the lie here being told?
Honestly, if you look at the 2 statements, on one hand, we have excess capacity. On the other hand, we are going for new agreements. So then he asks, is it just to come out and explain things that cannot be explained? Because I feel that we always think ahead. I believe when the previous government was going for this, contract, they foresaw something. And what did they see? They realized that to get to a point where we have more industries,
right,
we have more factories that will need energy. So why do we just sign an agreement to take care of what we need now instead of thinking about the future? That is one. Now, to also talk about this same excess capacity, then one will ask, if indeed it is a drain on the economy, why did we sign new agreement on those same terms?
Right.
Couldn't to have come out with reviewed terms so that the country will benefit? And of course, we have options. One, we are talking about 1D, 1F.
Right.
So if indeed we are interested in pursuing this agenda, are we not thinking of also expanding electricity to this 1D, 1F? That is also an option. People have also spoken about we exporting the same energy. Are we also exploring that option? So there are so many options, but for us to sit and still be lamenting that we have excess capacity, and therefore the blame should be on those who entered into that contract, I cannot just...
Do you expect any focus of finance minister on it, on the energy sector, and what exactly would it be?
I think as the former minister rightly suggested, ECE should rather focus more on reducing the commercial and technical losses.
Right.
Our focus should be there, because if ECG is losing 30%, I mean 30%, you've not even considered the profits. So it means that it will even erode everything that you have invested there.
Right.
So we are talking about technical support, expanding, bringing in new meters. As we speak, we have people who have applied for meters and they've not had meters. So they are finding ways of going about doing their illegal connections. So if we should tackle this meter shortage and make sure that all users have meters, of course, each should be able to, even if they are not making profit, they should be able to break even. And I think it will go a long way to also help government. Because as we speak, independent power producers, government is indebted to them of about 2 billion or so plus. And during the debt exchange, they nearly brought them in and they resisted. You see, that is how come we got to a point where they even refuse to supply. So if you are seeing all these problems, then we should be proactive and move on.
Right. Winston.
Interesting. Last week, the energy minister, whilst presenting, he said that the ECG system was hacked, and that hack period caused them to lose almost about 1 million Ghana cedis within that short period. And those losses kind of end up becoming bad debt in the books of the government. Now that we are going before the 2024 presentation, the spillage happened is going to be a cost on government, which could have somehow be subverted if the preparation were made ahead of time to ensure losses of properties and assets, which probably some may decide to take VRA to court for some reasons best known to the losses that have been incurred, especially farms and businesses around those riverbanks there. Now, with all this happening, are we to say that government will end up paying more, especially on bad debts?
Definitely. I mean, here we have VRA coming in to, compensate the victims. Government is also talking about resettlement, and it all boils down to money. So definitely we should expect more of such expenditure going into the books of VRA and then ECG. So it will add up to the existing debt. But how do we ensure going forward that such things never reoccur? It means that we need to put in place measures. I mean, we are talking about wastage in the system, waste everywhere. Can't we find solution to some of these problems? We have human interface. Are we still going to maintain this huge human interface? or we reduce the human interface and go more electronic? Can't we bring some of these things to also reduce? So I'm happy with the introduction of some of these meters. The deputy minister, the smart ones. You can buy your credit anywhere. Right. So these are some of the things that we need to really put in place to ensure, because sitting and crying over ECG making losses is not a solution to the problem.
You know, when the first tranche came, the media were together in the same room with the finance minister, and I asked him a very technical question that we've seen the Auditor General's report where a lot of expenditures, monies, loopholes, all of them there. Okay. We are losing huge amounts of monies. Now the IMF money is coming through. Are we going to subscribe the same way we treat Auditor General report? You listen to how these monies are wasted, then we come back again to say we are receiving more. And that question, I'm still waiting for answer.
I don't know if we are not ready to crack the whip, honestly, because look, it took IMF for us to even publish the COVID-19 audited reports. It became one of the prior actions areas that we have to publish COVID-19 audited reports. And look at what we saw there. People try to justify. You pay for vaccines and you were not having enough storage. Meanwhile, we went ahead and paid for such vaccines. So if you are losing, it comes back on Ghanaians.
Okay.
You see, so what do we do with the Auditor General's reports? People who have been implicated, do we follow up to make sure that we retrieve such monies, or we let it go? Business as usual.
Okay. Before we continue, we have a group that is picketing in Parliament in respect of menstrual or pad, hygiene. Pad.
Taxes.
And remember, the Member of Parliament for Medina, Francis Osu, has been key. He wants a 15% tax on sanitary pads removed. And he has the support of, CSOs and all. He wants them to be moved, I think, essential goods to zero-rated, goods. So that because we use it every month, I'm a woman, so we don't pay more, because 15% tax is huge. And there's a group picketing there. Will that be mentioned? Because there's an interest there and also the issue of dialysis. So let's listen to the group in Parliament on what they want.
My pad, don't touch my pad, don't touch my pad.
I'm here with over 100 CSOs that have been embarking on a campaign to have the taxes on sanitary pads removed. This campaign has been in existence since 2006. However, in May 2023, CSOs came together and put together all their efforts to have an intensified campaign to see government remove all the taxes on sanitary pads. So today we are here with adolescent girls and young women from all over Ghana as we present the 2024 budget to see to it that our duty bearers push for the removal of taxes on sanitary pads. And also, we don't just want to see the taxes scrapped, but we are hoping and we are asking that they also increase investment in sanitary products, they increase investment in wash facilities at the school level, so that adolescent girls and young women during their menses can have a dignified and healthy menstruation. We are also asking that they should provide sanitary pad banks in schools so that no girl in Ghana has to miss school because she is in her menstrual period.
Periods are natural. Periods are natural. Remove the tattoo. Remove the tattoo.
Right.
This is a very critical demand by the CSO.
It's a fair demand, and we are all
necessary.
in support of it.
Exactly.
All women in Ghana are in support of the removal of the 15%. But they make an important point about investing in local production of sanitary pad, because then if you're importing, then the money also lands in others' hands. And I think that is an essential point that we should not lose sight of. That invest in local production of or manufacturing of sanitary pads. We should have it made in Ghana sanitary pads, and I don't see how a company who goes into that will make losses, because we will buy.
We'll definitely buy. I know of a young SME who used plantain leaves to manufacture sanitary pad, the name of Kodu Technology, and I spoke to them, and all they need is support. So if we are able to support and expand our businesses, we're sure we can have that resolved.
The issue of dialysis has dominated headlines, I believe, since that Occupy Lobby House protest where, ladies spoke passionately about a man who had worked as a teacher for several years, and he was unable to do that for his son paying dialysis. And it became, a national conversation where we talked about it. And now the president says, okay, we want the health ministry, finance ministry to look at that. Is it something that you're expecting? What are the new things you expect to be introduced in this budget based on either demands or pressure from Ghanaians?
Very good. I think, one, I would like to see in this budget, that is the 2024 budget, the stabilization fund promised the banks who decided to get on board with the domestic debt exchange. It's long overdue.
Wow.
Most of the banks are really going through liquidity crisis. And there's a time for them to be supported. In fact, they were assured that 15 billion will be set aside to resuscitate them. So I'm expecting to see this allocation for 2024.
Right.
There again, I want to see real fiscal discipline. The Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018 was suspended in 2020 because of the COVID-19, which of course gave the finance minister the opportunity to go to Parliament to ask for suspension of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Act says that our budget deficit shouldn't be more than 5% of our GDP.
Right.
Okay? And there is a reason for that. It is to ensure that we discipline ourselves fiscally. We don't overspend. But of course, in the same act, it also gave the finance minister the right to go to Parliament for suspension if the economy is not growing beyond 1%, and then if we should be faced with any pandemic, such as the COVID-19, which of course he went to Parliament in September 2020, and it was suspended. But from 2020 September, we are no longer being faced with COVID-19.
Right.
So we hide behind the suspension of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and then we go beyond the threshold of 5%. And that is costing us a lot. So I want to see reinstatement of the Fiscal Responsibility Act. At least it will instill some kind of fiscal discipline. Okay, that is also there. There again, the You Start.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You Start initiative was launched. Okay, and the youth were promised that, of course, we'll be identifying those with the entrepreneurial skills and they will be supporting them to establish their business. They are so crying that after launching the You Start, they have not yet seen the money to even start something. So I want to see an allocation for the Youth Start. I'll be very surprised if government decide to bring in new taxes. I'll be very surprised.
Okay. Then where do you expect the 11 billion from?
I'll be very surprised. Probably what will happen is that new taxes will replace old ones.
Okay.
With higher thresholds.
Okay.
New taxes may replace old ones. But for the introduction of new taxes, they did say, the Stability and Growth Levy replaced the National Stability something. So they could tone the same line. And then I think 2023, we were told that government was thinking of bringing back the road toll, but then they were going to concentrate on new roads.
Right.
I don't know if we have new roads that will attract this toll.
I think there was an explanation to the effect that, say there's work being done on the motorway.
Very good.
Now, if that work is completed, then in the government's books, that could be classified as a new road. I mean, that's just a smart way of putting it, but it's just an old road being tarred for collection.
These are some of the replacements that government is likely to bring back. I mean, they remove road toll, they will bring it back in a polished way. So that is also there. So, and then I think that, as I mentioned earlier, curtailing imports without having substitution for it will end up creating more inflation in future.
Right.
So we should also think of helping the local industries to at least produce what we are looking forward to curtailing. Because if you are talking of reducing the importation of rice, are we supporting the local rice farmer to produce enough for the domestic market? If you are saying that you want to curtail the importation of poultry, what about the local poultry farmer? What are we doing to support the local poultry farmer that he or she will be able to produce enough to augment the demand within the local space? So these are things that we should consider. So production. And yes, I wouldn't like to say that it has been a cliche or a mantra, political mantra. But this time, yes, we're told that we'll be moving from taxation to production. So we want to see more initiatives in the area of boosting production.
Right. Okay.
More especially, agric is also there.
Okay.
And surprisingly, if you look at the media budget that the minister presented, oil and gas, revenue from oil and gas has reduced by about 47% or so. And I don't know what is accounting for that. Because now we have more oil wells, so why should
we get
oil
less?
and... So I ask the question, are we experiencing the Dutch disease? Where we earlier over-concentrated on oil and gas. We need to take a second look at these things. Okay, so these are areas that I want to see in the...
I would like to get your take on how we manage the property tax. That was introduced in the 2023 budget. Would you say we have done much? And also, if you look at sectorally, the services sector has consistently been growing. We've seen the agri sector seeing a marginal growth, but the constructive sector totally off the chart. Now, with that going into 2024, you said that that disease is one thing that we focused on. But when it comes to the agri sector, we saw inflation coming down for the past 3 months because food prices have decided to remain stable or come down. And farmers are also doing their bit, but the policy direction has not supported the operation. We've seen changes because farmers are taking the bold step. What are we missing out, especially in the agri sector, basically, as of now?
All right, so before I even get to the agri sector, if you look at the construction, you look at the construction industry. Now, going back to the mid-year budget review, government decided to reduce capital expenditure by about 52%. What does that tell you? It tells you that they have suspended most of the projects that they earlier decided to embark upon. So definitely, if you're in the construction industry and government is not spending so much on capital expenditure, you will suffer. You understand? So that explains that. Now, when it gets to the agri sector, I think that planting for food and jobs, as the deputy minister mentioned, they have decided to review it. It means that we need to look at it from a different angle. You understand? And when it comes to the youth in agriculture, we should be able to support the youth. And somebody was even suggesting that we should make agric very attractive to the youth. So agric shouldn't be left in the hands of the aged. But then we need more of the youth going into agric. And we are talking about mechanized agriculture, where we have to come out with groups. Okay. Today, as we speak, the farmer is unable to access loan from the bank because of the risk involved. Banks are not ready to release such support to the farmers. But we used to have Agri Development Bank. The reason for setting up the Agri Development Bank was to support agri farmers and to ensure that we expand in the area of agriculture. So what are we supposed to do? I think that we need to come out with a policy to empower Agri Development Bank to go more into supporting our farmers.
This is where these same banks are going to be merged with other banks. So with that, are we losing direction in that angle as well?
You see, in a way, they have, I think that the focus is not being followed. It's like we have deviated from the focus, because if you are merging NIB and Agric, one was to ensure that they tackle issues to do with industries, the other one Agric. So why are we bringing Agric and industry together? They are two separate sectors. So rather we should concentrate on ADB helping farmers, and then NIB also assisting other industries to expand. Okay, these are the things that. And then one more thing. Honestly, I'll also be surprised if we don't see a review of some of the social intervention programs, like the free SHS. I'll be very surprised, because it has gotten to a point where we've seen that government must allow parents to also come on board. Looking at the amount of money that government has put into feeding. And of course, I think this thing makes sense.
All right.
If I'm a parent, I can decide to take my ward to a day school and get it free, or take him or her to a boarding school, and then I'll pay for the feeding.
Absolutely.
So the difference between the feeding fee and then the tuition fee, I should pay as a parent. So I think that we should move away from, because we promise free SHS at all costs, whether we have money or not, we should still go by it. I think that I want to see review of and yes, I've been hearing that it is under review, but I want to see real quantification of the review.
Okay, surely.
Right. And we'll come back to that. I think that would require, I think the biggest question really is about fiscal discipline.
Yes.
And you mentioned the reinstatement of the Fiscal
Responsibility Act.
Reinstatement Responsibility Act. And so I want you to think about that. So without that act, are we saying then that government can in no way maintain or ensure that we I don't want to use the word fiscal discipline, but we cut our coats according to our clause? But let's go and listen to industry players on what they also expect of the finance minister, and we'll come back to talk about the biggest question, which is the fiscal discipline. The elephant in the room. We'll be right back.
Always been saying cost of doing business in this country is very high, and it's not helping us. Inflation is very high, eating away the purchasing power of the consuming public. And these are the areas that we want government to work on. Clearing of goods is also very difficult, because the cost items alone at the port numbers about 20 cost items, and it cumulates to over 55% to 65% of our invoice value. This is the reason why we want government to look and prune down some of the cost items at the port, and then also look at the taxes that we pay, especially the COVID levy and then the special import levy of 2%, so that we can it can mitigate on our pride. Because as it were now, our turnover has so been curtailed. Businesses are collapsing, and we cannot go on. Coming from 2022, where most of our capitals have been so depleted, over 50%. Now, I think we have to do everything possible to sustain the stability that we are getting, and make sure that we also bring the other indicators like the interest rate and then the inflation down, so that it will create the enabling environment for businesses to grow and thrive.
That 2.5 VAT that was introduced is putting pressure on the business community. We are saying that benchmark value that was scrapped totally is putting pressure on the business community. We are saying that COVID levy that is still government is still imposing on the business community is a burden to us, and that is why you go to the market and prices of goods is kept on going high. So governments to look at it for us. We are saying that we do not expect to see any additional layer of tax being introduced tomorrow on tomorrow's budget, and we are very much aware that it's an election year. Different governments come to deceive us, and we are not going to take any deceit tax or budget tomorrow. And above all, we strongly believe that if government will not do anything at all, government should not introduce any additional layer of tax at to the pot or even on the business community. Government should look at how ways. I think the last time government abolished VAT on aviation fuel, government abolished VAT on real estate, and that is aviation and VAT. Taking plane to Kumasi, taking plane to UK and the rest, you must be a rich person. Is that not it? It is not ordinary person. Ordinary Ghanaian cannot buy the estate, the real estate that we are seeing the cost $500 and $500 and whatever $200 and $500,000, $300,000, and that is ordinary person. A messenger at the Ministry of Finance cannot even afford to buy it. So we are saying that government should introduce taxes where the rich people can pay more and not on the poor people. If you impose tax on rice, if you impose tax on cooking oil, if you impose tax on frozen food, it's affecting the ordinary Ghanaian, it's affecting the capital, it's affecting the mason, it's affecting the watchman, because these are food items and we consume them in daily hours. So we expect nothing new on tomorrow's budget. We expect government to listen to us and abolish the taxes. Thank you very much.
Well, the budget is not supposed to make political statements, but if the budget is serious, if the finance minister is serious about monetary policy reform, the way we want to see it, given all the challenges that we've seen with the Central Bank of Ghana, we must immediately try to abolish the Fiscal Stability Councils. We should abolish them and ensure that there's competitiveness when it comes to the appointment of people who will be on the board of the Central Bank, board of the Central Bank, and indeed the Monetary Policy Committee. Because as it stands right now, that department has failed woefully, and you need a root and stem approach to dealing with it. It's sad that I'm asking the fiscally responsible unit to rein in the now monetary irresponsible unit as well. But anything that falls short of that change, we're going to continue this same slippery path to nothingness, really. I don't see why we shouldn't have a proper renewal in our public sector system. There must be public sector reforms. And I'm not sure, again, the budget is going to do that, but the budget must give indication that you cannot run a serious country, a serious economy that wants to reform with an 800,000 strong civil and public service. It is silly. You cannot. It's the dead. This 800,000 people are mostly non-incompetent, by the way. We don't need that number. We need a slimmer number. So we are actually talking beyond just ministerial appointments or reshuffling, which will not happen, by the way. That's not going to happen, because my good friend Anado, I've stopped asking him, because anytime you ask him something, he doesn't do it. So let's forget about the downsizing of the ministries. But critically, if a finance minister, who I see to be a much more serious person, wants to deal with the economy the way it ought to be dealt with, then he should start thinking about how to reduce the size of the public service and civil service. In fact, most of the people he brought into government, they should sack them, because he's also added to the kitty. It's strange. He brought too many people into the public sector, taking humongous salaries for doing no work. You cannot get serious like that. You're an IMF program, and instead of looking at tightening your belt, you are actually losing. And by the way, I blame the IMF as well. The IMF seems not to be interested in these things that much, except to pay lip service to it. You probably can't fault them, because it's not their country. So I shudder to think that beyond whatever you want to see, the lower taxes, maybe yes, we should get a handle on some of those things. But we are not moving. We are not going anywhere with a bloated public service. It's not going to happen. So, for me, these are a few things. I know people will tell you reduce size, reduce taxes, maybe yes, but you see, you can reduce taxes, but if you are keeping a bloated civil service, a chunk of your money goes into that sector, and government will still need money to do what? To invest in critical infrastructure. I want to hear that, but again, I'm not sure I'll hear that, because, like I said, I think it's game over. We're really going to hope against hope in this budget, really.
For you, Ghanaians should not have hope in this budget, but look forward to election 2024.
Well, it's not just about looking forward to an election. I think we should rather, before the election, we should ask serious questions about the way we run our government. So beyond this budget, maybe the budget will provide a folder for us to interrogate properly, but beyond this budget, we should start asking critical questions. How do you run an efficient government without 800,000 public servants and public service? How do you run an efficient government that relies on sound monetary policy, which will do away with the so-called fiscal stability councils and rein in competition so that the board of the central bank is competitively elected, as well as the monetary policy committee itself, its functions are sound and rational. If you lose those parts, your economy is gone. Your economy is controlled by the monetary policy sector and the fiscal guys, which is the Ministry of Finance. Perpetually, the Ministry of Finance, we've seen, not just under this administration, mostly being reckless. And if you thought that they'll be reined in by the monetary policies guys, who have actually proven to be much more reckless than the fiscal guys, then you don't have an economy.
So yes, we heard from Imani, we've heard from Guta, we heard from key players in the industry. All of them, key conversation running through has to do with the fiscal discipline by government and also ensuring that all the fiscal aspects, especially from the Finance Ministry, the Bank of Ghana, are well adhered to ensure that we remain relatively growing as an economy. But all being the same, we'll still be here to hear what the Finance Minister has in store for us. Many are saying probably the delay has to do because he's searching for the right scripture quotation for this budget. But yeah, we'll wait for that part as well. But let's go to Elvis to tell us indeed what is happening at the Busio Kind, where some traders have this to say.
So this is Ghana's biggest spare part dealing hub. This is Abosokai, and we're here to find out from these people here how they feel and their expectation ahead of the 2024 budget, which will be soon read in Parliament. Now let me get closer to a gentleman here who is willing to talk and then share with us his expectation ahead of the 2024 budget. Now, when I came here, what they've been telling me is that they have been speaking about what they expect the government to do with regards to the import taxes that are on the goods that they import from outside countries to our country, and they have been always speaking about these issues, but the government doesn't listen to them. They feel that they are not part of the governance system in Ghana, and they feel that government has neglected them when it comes to issues about trading and issues about their well-being when it comes to getting a some sort of leverage in the taxes that they expected to pay. So let's get closer to one of them and then have a conversation with them. Mwakwa Baba Metro TV, he would be sharing with me in Tree. And now a year for to some kind a year budget no a year Parliament. At the end I will share himself Obayama Uhuahin a ban on Yama Otono.
Yo, Eddie can chia with TF no helpful in media as a businessman, and I may say, government, but my mamma say, me duty and me dollar because a dollar never do Juma. And I'm a cranaman, so I duty, precisely duty crying a hian because say duty anti me uncle for me, I'm a cranaman, as I'm a hotchemy. What is it? Because or promise here say about duties never cut down, I mean, high. Or Kasai, and tell me your 2 months, but you're bound still. I say, New account, and you know the year, man. What I say? I say, Bibi Abesawa, Yanti Asiano, and to Miss Sunday say, the next budget you'll be ready. Me panicho, me person can say, Bono Sherman, medium you who he. A Bono Sherman, medium you concerning duties in the airport, medium you who he, but him say, where you'll be ready, Babana, send them home behind me, and I'm a crown on my bar. Let me at so na omo meto so betima de etimi ato na obi ahwato no my
show duties no aya sayokranya mana how many percentage na was so ne
percentage in the metimi chire bet me say very high because some previous government and no man need be 20,000 is it's more than that is times 2 what I say then the campaign we so can say obama obeti sukura that's 20,000 obeti so man down but oba no aye times 2. That means almost 60,000, that's 40,000. That means na nia provincial government ya na wo criticize no wo de o ya no mo enti se no refi a media me kai ne se o hyen yebo sa bo hyen gusa ye twen ye gusa ye twen se enne budget on be ready no on ka sa bo hyen no na wontimi eye ho adwuma man.
So he is reminding the government that he indeed promised that he would lay down some taxes on import duties in order that they will feel a bit of relaxation when it comes to their import transactions. But the government hasn't paid heed to these promises that he made to them, and he's asking the government to do something about it. So we will get another person who has also been trading business and who is also part of the Spare Part Dealers Association in Abosokan here. So let's get walking and then find out from a gentleman who has been complaining about the issue for quite a number of time when I came here. He says that he has been speaking about the issue, but it's like government doesn't hear. Okay, boss, you're Baba Metro TV.
Okay,
inti no na o ka se weni nje na ohunwa ne e ka se neni enje se eye aban no muka chene se onyi enyema ne so a ana se import duties no so a on pese obeyi e dey na wo so wo ka fa ho
import duties in the high power system wa bu obetima teska se kof boga ntima an clear ne ma nti wantima yi engine number oso wunya wati ase na ma ye di afes no kwade tiati customer most case pedal dey be no obehwe awunya wati na metro na se enu nti na yesa aban so obehwe no wati duty no so aman stay betima fa ne ma na ton ne bibia adadi aman
mayanhwe o eye omo a mo ye edwuma mo omo no eye omo de omo ka se ba se omo pese omo siesie mo omo no eje important na se mo bo eye spare parts bo ne ekre omo no eje important na ye omo kan
obi okro timi ka se last month meto ni se o na de na ayese na ayese wa oton ade na ma no wudi ndura kire no wow, obi wan no asan ho eko. Wow, eno so ye bad effect by high wa.
Ije na wo hwe nim se aban be ye ewo eye budget 2024 na ye be kind in there parliament no.
Oh, parliament budget no made in there so omo hwe ye spare parts no mu twa budget to man e be boa so that our bosses can even ship the containers in ebe man so business na normal man am e ble power ha enye easy.
O kasafa o boss no eye o boss no aya first no how many containers no to me shipping and as and how many containers na ya or ship ba.
Oh first at least bear 3 weeks it me bear 4 containers wo ha ya ba aya ne no say ntimi container bo aba na be kia be 2 bi eno be 16 years ne shim eno ye be manage se ko ebo nti amane ne man nkoso.
Yeah, that's say when you emre amaye. Boss, also asembika nti also be again important na wo work eye efa eye budget na aban no ebe kind in there. Na yenhwe enkane no aban no wo hwa one eye Abosokan spare part dealers ni edi ni yie ana.
Ye momo de oba first no de na nkeye na sese de enye kura sese de ka se ya na eboa but ye kan ye nim se mo ye interview no na mo ko kan ya mo yi ne mo pe na mo kan ana se ne pese mo
de wo kan no ena ye yi inti kire yen se ede he inti kire mu
cause mo ba na ye kire me se we ni we nkoye because who say containers ana nke ye yi first no eyi akra ye betumi containers bia be se 50 ye ntimi nye yi ana ye ntimi containers bia kra no bia be se 30 but you say there masa enye masa enye easy enema nyina e basa
wo hwa import duty say wo eye mechanic say import na say den import na ema muntumi enye sa nyema
import duty no aye den enti ade a nanka engine bi say Cora S engine nanka ye fa no say 8,000 no say 15,000 surprise no first nanka mo ba mo de 8,000 say 15,000 obeton say sen na obeton no nti ma enema no kosoro nti obi ba no obisa se bia Cora 09 engine na nka omo de 9,000 se omo de 15,000 oh nti obi ba na nka bia nka sika na nka kuta no bia obisa bia be se 2 months no obisa na engine kwa bia 7,000 bia engine kwa bia be 17,000 he say do 10,000 so that say nti na obeden wato oh nti no ama bibia ye basa
na mayenhwe o mu wo eye panyi a oda Abosokan spare part dealers enim aya okọ eye aban meetings a aya me ye sure say ode etu aban enim say ni say na me nkrofo no eka oba imu aye ben na ya ono so eba obeka kire mu
omo bebe kan but omo kan yenhu ehun wa ye bia tembia oh yetimi ba adwuma ne afre se me to store me me store bia be fra no pasa bia be ko bia be 12 CA meeting e be ko kan so ye hu hwe yetimi ba adwuma ye se ne mamu me store ye ne panifo ko kasa form ne ma no ho ye be to store ma to 12 ansa na o ma me ye bia so ne ye be ka no o mo nya hwe fa ho.
Into the cracker no on sema o pese o catch a buying wo eye budget o be kind in no e dey na o work.
Yes no pa cause yenya na ye de ne bae nti yes no on hwe yie mayen nti sa ye ne ma nya e ba so ye ne ma nyina ye ba sa iske nyina ahye ye sike nyina ahye because scan ne ma no okofa ne ma they say ade a de ma 10,000 no ubekọ no 20,000 ade a de ma 10,000 no ubekọ no 2 weeks 1 month no ubekọ 20,000 na ubeden wato ubeden onipa ko so no so ba beto de wokosi ni kam no ono so ba ebo no kosoro ontimi nto obebusa bo no se me pewe o we anyway no akache fitani bebusa se me customer we ni ka se opewe obabubo ni nyina akere no onye scam eto
uje trade no is it capital no how the share o business mu no esi no capital no aba form na access esi no wo hwa ahyekra
hene da asem na wo ka no ahyekra because any man ma etinya wo no o ton a unye sika ni bi nsukra nsem nkofa because ebo no se wo ka se wo hwe nipa na wo ba beta de no price of the bana e wo so otesuma no so wo be kokoso kwakofa bi no na no so kosoro etuntimi fa ne aba hoforo na kwakofa no so what I say engines na bana now kwakofa no ebo na kwakofa bi am kofa de no 5,000 when nipa na ba wo sem demand 6,000 ontimi nto o se metesuma no metesuma no bia be 5 na me ko se me ko na ko do 7,000 mateso dia man na ono timi ato no me ko se me ko fa hofro me ko na ko do 7,000 it is kana me ko na se me buy na me timbia o ba wachi ana nipa no so o kasa ebo no o ton no se bia we ni dey ba na 7,000 o dey man 7,000 na on timi nto enti na o su sika na o dey adwuma no ana udie because wo nkwara a wo be hwe wo be wo chop money we ni we obetia store kani ade so they say nyema kitin o so ko adwuma o ko fie o mane ade o hwom enti basa sika no ebi wo hen obi enche o ka ba bia unya kati o ba bia sika na adwuma na wo ye na mu na udidi so I say enti no ade na wo say me bia nka me ton 7,000 na me kwa metimi ato no onipa na wo beto no nye sika nto di na wo so otesuma no e bia 6,500 and 6,000 o beto so dia man 6,000 me wi na wo bekoso kwa koto fro no wo be ko na du 7,000 sika no so to en kwala wo be yidi amom ne ade ni nyina no ubeden ubeti omaka ubemu muskani bi enti no so kofi a wo so be yibi de chop money ubeto fuel de wuka mu wo so kan so be maintenance to say enti abasa na ma ska no efom gba na wo bo untimi nko wanim enti say o sade no omote suman omote we no so port no bo no so eman na bo no ba fom na ma say eniema no ba say eniema no ebo na ekosoro ni ti no ema omutimi fa na ema na ma wo omo wo blochi eniema nka wo se nke ban tentem no eman ema because a bono kosro or pot into Niaman into me ma into obusing like a craving or the bar. No, I raise price no. They say problem I have ye woman power so canon. So being a bit the bar. No, I raise the price no. Because into me ma be brave because pot no a bona ya juom tax na that we no so nintino. Omuntu me fa ne ma into obi bomb de no de kakra bar. A bona de beto so many no so preja because uko bia wonya bi ntine de na na beto. Enti niam na ba san so we pay oh just store no nyame nkwa na me store nyame nkwa so na me ton home use we pay bi so that say enti we pay bi no so hwese me pay o so pay na fe oh eni ne sade na ehwan den enti na was me raise price na me dey because say me raise na sade na dey 8,000 na say me dey call 9,000 kra omunya bi nto obi aso fa bi ma me nkwa na me dey abenti na on beto ne 9,000 na ma bo no ko e bo no so kopa na kwa ko gina ho ensa ma na chi biem. So that's say a bona say obi a bank and near man and cover be 2 mine and be anchor they mine 8,000 or they mine 7,000. So that's say but a bona or bar obi an for be man intino or don't call the abano. Now also raising no. Sir, because say baby breadia and can we to ready be about oh the no want to swap. Men to make to ready no. So that's say but I don't call the abent na me wanna raise and
just say monopoly abem san. Okay, ain't what he is saying is that he is calling the government to reduce taxes on import duties. The call has always been one here when you come to Abusokai. import duties are killing them, and that is what they are asking the government to take a look at. They are also saying that in a year they can at least import about 50 cargoes into the country, that is spare parts into the country, but now they can only do a few imports, and that is hurting their business. And so some persons who have the investment, who have the capital, those who have money to actually look at how best they can invest into their business are the ones always cashing in, because yes, indeed, they have the money, they can import the spare parts into the country, and so they actually price the spare parts according to how they feel. And so that is what they are calling in for the government to allow some sort of tax holidays for them, and also some importation duty-free, so that they can at least enjoy the competitiveness of trading spare parts in the country. So back to you in the studio. We are still here at Abosokai. We'll bring you more updates as to when the budget is read and what they have picked from the budget. Elvis Andor, Abosokai, Accra.
It almost sounded like he's saying he was a spare part. Just Elvis Andor, Abosokai, Accra. Right, so we told you that we have reporters on the ground who are taking the views, because at the end of the day, whatever is said in Parliament or contained in the 2024 budget statement and economic policy has a direct impact on all of us, everyone. And so it's important that we get the views on the ground from the people who matter. And that was Abosokai. Our colleague, Ethel Bulampo, is also at the transport with the transport operators, because it matters when you talk about fuel, cost of fuel, the increments that we have witnessed. There's some stability. Today I heard government appointees say there's some stability in the system. What do they make of the current state? What are their expectations? I believe Ethel will put that to them.
Exactly. Initially, just 2 days ago, the IES released 4 price projection. Although it was supposed to go down, but because of the cedi depreciation, that has wiped away the benefits. So we'll hear from the transport operators what they have to say on that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm here at the Obra spot with the taxi drivers here to talk about the expectation whilst today is the budget reading. We'll also talk about their views on the reintroduction of road toll, should there be any. I've been joined by 2 taxi drivers here, and we'll be having this conversation. Eja, Mema Akwaba. Sisi a omo be kind budget no, and omo start kind impo. We are driving your shenkeni, then I will person would say our budget.
You may pass it today, pessimity be brave. The more I buy, we know who can be on fat, who can hear with tea. On one party, MP before, how much a dime and I catch us a finance minister, I can for that, Omo Peno, on Sano. Omo Kaya went tea, no pen no ye. It is any fear. To see America community budget, until then America a ban a corner small best son. You know America, to know no baby on ye, I cafe back, official and Obano, the Ferris on the Ubu Mobo Abwaya. And I say a train. A ban with dear, the program men only and Dini, cry. Acha, one man be a 2 petrol. The book woman can do. Baku do a sea at 2. Ota 1 week 2 so a sea at 2. The beer petrol so an air to fair near the age. Yes, Reno to Bitty and Capetum, all fair man and bluff for me. A buffer my Bama would be a waton or main. The petrol cost of baby at San and Yamas a day, the cost. Yes, Reno, one more petrol engine never found.
Right, there you have it. One of the taxi drivers complaining about the government not really giving the drivers a listening ear. So according to him, he's just waiting for the next government to come and see how best the next government will help his trade. But then I'll move on to the next driver, and I'll also take his expectations ahead of the budget. Eja Akwaba, would the any idea person would say a brave kind budget, then a person would say, then if she ben a person bind it to a more a driver for.
Me doing the Alex of dance because I feel transport. Me a me plan say to say to no o me twemu. Say be sika kakra bia nsa. They say Burkina Faso for the tankers articulators a woman free. And so first, and Kakra be a bit Miss Kakra bet me if you are, but a bit me a boy abandoned for the I am put to do my crank. They say, what him. Bibia, why never say? I send the Abecabiano, one fat. What why it in Trinity? The Albecano, Obin to Menka, the finance minister was a unity. And so, I can't hear what you went to me and you ever found this out. But the made me and said, Tona, wait, Chemuno. I know gratitude. He said, Bet to me and Copa and Copa to some red deal. Nanka, Manusunyaska, Nanka, some to do not the Baya and Confanya. Mr. Crabbe made to me, I can't be.
Right. So as the frustrations pouring, we would have to go to Parliament because the finance minister is ready. There's one significant thing we have seen. The white he maintained, but the brown leather bag has been done away with. We have a green bag. Maybe green speaks to, green, plantation, positive things. Who knows? Maybe really and truly is a planting for food and jobs budget. All right. So let's go to Parliament.
Respected Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this August House approves the financial policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2024. Respectively, I also submit to this Honorable House the following statutory reports: the 2023 annual report on the petroleum funds in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815 as amended, and the 2023 report on the utilization of the African Union levies pursuant to Section 7 of the African Union Import Levies Act 2017, Act 952. Mr. Speaker, this budget is an abridged version of the 2024 budget statement and economic policy of government. We have also developed a more detailed update on sectorial performance in a Volume 2 document. I request the Hansard Department to kindly capture these documents as the budget statement and economic policy of government for the financial year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to present the 2024 budget, which seeks to advance us on the path towards fiscal consolidation, macro stability, and growth that began a year ago. Mr. Speaker, I first want to take the opportunity to express immense appreciation to His Excellency the President for the privilege to present the national budget on his behalf over the past 7 years. More importantly, I want to express my profound gratitude to God for the grace, mercy, and favor toward our nation. Together with the psalmist, let us say, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless His holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all His benefits." Psalm 103, 1-2, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to express my deep appreciation to you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable members for their support over the years. We have not only agreed, but we also eventually find common ground in the interest of the Republic, and as we share in this collaboration, which will continue. Mr. Speaker, almost a year ago on Thursday, 24th November 2022, I presented the 2023 budget and as always gave an honest and forthright update on the economy, highlighting the extent of the challenges facing our country. Indeed, a month before, His Excellency the President also pointed out that never have so many malevolent forces come together in a perfect storm to impact our lives so dramatically. Key macro indicators then were uninspiring. Against that backdrop, I then presented government's plan of recovery, focusing on restoring macroeconomic stability, coordinating an equitable debt operation program, ensuring that the vulnerable are well protected, negotiating a strong IMF program, a strong private sector growth agenda, and attracting significant green investments to promote growth. Mr. Speaker, in 2 out of the last 7 years, 2020 to 2022, the Ghanaian economy has faced challenges. The economy, growing at an average of 7% over single-digit inflation, declining interest rates, and a stabilizing currency, suffered unforeseen shocks like many other economies. GDP growth slumped from 6.5% in 2019 to 0.5% in 2020 as the lockdown and closure of businesses and the ports had a devastating effect on the economy, triggering cost of living crisis that has made lives difficult for the Ghanaian people. Though battered and bruised, we are not broken, and our resilience is manifesting. Mr. Speaker, we also saw the damaging effect that the economic downturn had on Ghana's already stretched revenues. This was even made worse by the additional expenditures that were required during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that life and livelihoods were protected. Mr. Speaker, 2020 was also in an election year, the first ever election in the Fourth Republic with zero donor funding. However, government sensitivity to our people was remarkable. No layoffs in the public service, salaries were dutifully paid over the year, free water and electricity for the entire population was provided, especially the lifeline consumers. Indeed, entrepreneurship was not ignored as this House passed the 600 million CD cap bus program for GEA, which was effectively deployed. Mr. Speaker, permit me to clarify that the disruption to our macroeconomic path over the last few years was not peculiar to Ghana. The global disruption to supply chains, adjustments to new forms of work, and shifts in demand pursued some of the most cataclysmic effects on inflation and growth worldwide. This set off the worst form of global cost of living crisis since World War II. We turned the corner when, in record time, we completed the IMF first review of 6 performance criteria, 3 indicative targets, and 3 structural benchmarks. Our task now and in the medium term is twofold: to maintain stability and to keep on growing. We are determined to remain on the course of increased growth, currency stability, and disinflation over the medium term. Our future growth prospects are certainly brighter, and I'm confident that this budget, this victory budget, this Inkunim budget, would ensure that we boldly walk on a sustainable path towards creating decent jobs and wealth for our people. For with national dedication, the Lord will continue to give us treasures from dark places and hidden riches in secret places. Mr. Speaker, our promise to all stakeholders, in particular to the people of Ghana, is that the Akufo-Addo government is determined to maintain the discipline, compassion, and creativity required to keep the economy stable and maintain the robust growth. Mr. Speaker, today I accordingly present the 2024 budget to set out the broad medium-term policy framework underpinning our approach towards recovery and stability with growth. Among other things, it provides a pathway towards fiscal consolidation and macro stability. It sets out the new debt sustainability path after the excruciating domestic debt operation with aftershocks on the financial sector. It outlines the policy priorities underpinning the 5-year growth strategy with focus on selected initiatives over the next 14 months. It comes just after the successful first review of the 3-year, $3 billion IMF ECA program, where we reached a staff-level agreement on Ghana's performance in meeting the 6 QPCs, 3 indicative targets, and 3 structural benchmarks. In the US, Mr. Speaker, inflation surged from a low of 1.8% in 2019 to 6.5% by 2022, and is currently at 3.7%. We have seen This reflects in interest rate decisions by the U.S. Federal Reserve and also in benchmark yields. The yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury instrument is currently at 4.6% compared to 1.4% 2 years ago. This is an economy whose currency is a global reserve currency. We see similar trends in the Eurozone and also in the UK. Inflation in the UK, Mr. Speaker, was 1.7% in 2019 and recorded at 11.1% in October 2022, a 41-year high. Mr. Speaker, in the media review, I informed the House that we had started turning the corner. Today, it is evident that we turned the corner when inflation started declining from 54.1% in December 2022 to 35.2% in October 2023. We turned the corner, Mr. Speaker, when despite a 1.5% projected growth, the economy galloped at a remarkable pace and clocked an average of 3.2% growth in the first 2 quarters of this year. We turned the corner when the currency had been under severe pressure over the past 2 years, depreciated by a modest 6.4% in the past 9 months, compared to 53.9% a period in 2022. The performance of the city is also a reflection of the fact that confidence is back, revenues have improved, and that the recovery is indeed real and is here to stay. We turned the corner when companies started going back to the job markets to hire workers. We turned the corner when international credit rating agencies, which have not been favorable to Ghana in recent years, started being positive about the economy. And we turned the corner when the banking industry started to record and report a profit after tax growth of 43.8% of 6.2 billion this half year. All of this, Mr. Speaker, deepens our democratic development by prioritizing resources for institutions to support the conduct of the 2024 general elections. It commits us to funding existing projects in roads, rural electrification, rural telephony, IPEP, and our areas. Speaker, the 2024 budget is even more significant because we cross, Mr. Speaker, the 1 trillion gross domestic product mark for the first time in our economic history. Let me repeat, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economy under President Akufo-Addo in 2024, final year in office, is projected to be valued over 1 trillion Ghana cedis in 2024 from the 219.5 billion we inherited in 2016. Mr. Speaker, 2024, 1 trillion gross domestic product. Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, this is a government that is self-aware, reflective, and has been open throughout the process to incorporating citizens' feedback in preparing this budget. And as in previous years, we have prioritized stakeholder consultations. Consequently, we engage with and obtain valuable inputs from key stakeholders, including investors, traders, academia, organized labor, civil society organizations, bankers, development partners, faith-based organizations, a cross-section of the leadership, and other honorable members of Parliament. We also launched, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue on 2nd November 2024, a new and innovative platform, 23, to deepen our collaboration and partnership with the private sector. The platform aims to enhance the long-term competitiveness of Ghana and increase our attractiveness as a hub for businesses on the continent. This will have a standing committee co-chaired by the Minister of Trade and Industry, Minister of Finance, and the private sector. I want to assure our stakeholders that we have, as much as possible, reflected the proposals and recommendations from these engagements in the budget. There is much more to be done with the shared ideas, and the Mutual Prosperity Dialogues will be a robust and dynamic platform to inform future policy changes. Mr. Speaker, the Akosomo Dam spillage. Mr. Speaker, in the last few months, we have been witnesses to the devastating impact of the Akosomo Dam spillage. This follows excessive rainfall recorded in several parts of the country. To preserve the structural integrity of the dam, the Volta River Authority commenced controlled spilling on 15 September 2023. This led to the flooding of downstream communities in parts of Volta, Eastern and Greater Accra regions. The heavy rainfall also caused flooding upstream of the Akosomo Dam and impacted communities in the Savannah, Oti, and Bono East regions. Government, through VRA and NADMO and various agencies under the 13-member high-level interministerial committee headed by the Chief of Staff, comprising of the Ministries of Energy, Finance, Local Government, Environment, Interior, Health, Sanitation, and Water Resources, Defense, Roads and Highways, Education, Information, Health, and Gender, have subsequently, Mr. Speaker, provided various forms of support to the impacted communities. The support included food and related items, drinks, mattresses, mosquito nets, coils, clothes, baby food and diapers, sanitary pads, treated water services and storage tanks, solar lamps, sanitation services, of utility services, and some social infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the visit of the officials of the Ministry of Finance and myself with VRA to the victims of the Akosomo Dam spillage in Mepe in the Volta region was truly revealing and sobering. Indeed, we empathize with the families that have been affected and displaced by the spillage. We met victims, townsfolk, children, and the chiefs, and of course, the Honorable Member of Parliament, Okujeto, during the visit. Mr. Speaker, government has budgeted an amount of $220 million to support the relief phase for the communities affected by the Akosomo spillage, as well as floods upstream in the Oti, Savannah, and Bono East regions. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, this is for your eyes only. Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
please, it is not for your mouth, it's for your eyes. So let's go on. Let's go on.
Mr. Speaker, we couldn't help but to show a shot of the Honorable Member of Parliament, Okujeto, in this picture. Mr. Speaker, in addition, the Ministry of Finance, after the visit, was quickened to respond. We have requested funding from the World Bank under the IDA Crisis Response Window to support the resettlement of the victims, restoration of livelihoods, compensation, and reconstruction of infrastructure in the affected communities. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the place of climate policy and financing to help address the long-term effects of climate change on victims of drought, flooding, and other adverse weather events. Accordingly, the Ministry has applied to the Global Shield Against Climate Risk Fund, an initiative launched by President Nana Akufo-Addo and Chancellor Scholz during the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, to assess additional financial resources to support communities upstream and downstream of the Akosombo Dam. I convey the sincere appreciations of His Excellency the President and the entire government to all groups and individuals who have empathized with and supported the affected families. It is in the same spirit that we must continue to be grateful to God that no lives have been lost due to the devastating spillage from the Akosombo Dam and the support that we have all given. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard and invested significant resources. And being sure of this knowledge, I can confidently assert that over the past 7 years, every sector has been positively impacted. Every household has been positively impacted by our social intervention programs. And every region has been positively impacted. Indeed, President Akufo-Addo has deepened decentralization development by investing $442 million to create and resource 6 new administrative regions, the most in our history since independence. Consistent with our policy on what we call preferential options for the poor, i.e. leaving no one behind, we have been historic in enhancing social mobility and protected the vulnerable in our society. In this regard, we have since 2017 improved access to quality senior high school education for about 5.7 million Ghanaians by investing 8 billion cedis in the future of our next generation. We have increased enrollment and learning outcomes of 3.8 million pupils by investing over 3.6 billion in the school feeding program. We have reformed the NHIS to improve and expand health service delivery to 16 million Ghanaians out of the targeted 20 million Ghanaians. We have supported foundational education of over 6 million pupils by investing 248.5 million as capitation grants. Mr. Speaker, we also have more women in schools than men. We have improved the quality of life of about 350,000 Ghanaian households under the LEAP program by investing 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it has been 7 years of grace and positive impact. We are determined to do more to boost the capacity of the private sector, to expand productivity and create jobs. In the past 7 years, Mr. Speaker, we've invested over 32.7 billion to keep the lights on and support the growth of businesses. We have invested 25 billion to facilitate the repositioning of the financial sector and enhance its ability to assist business operations. To date, the Development Bank Ghana has facilitated 1 billion cedis in competitive financing for the private sector, and GERSEL continues to mitigate risk in the agriculture sector. Supporting 100,000 young graduates, pure workplace experience and employment by investing 2.4 billion in NATCO, invested 7 billion to build road and transport infrastructure and improve connectivity and productivity, invested 541 million in 169 IDF, 1D, 1F enterprises to scale up value addition and provided 140,000 additional jobs. And we have created, Mr. Speaker, over 2.3 million jobs in the private sector and public sector, approximately 900,000 in the private sector and 1.4 million in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, capital spending is equally important to the future of our country. Consequently, we mobilized and deployed resources, expanded the railway network, including connecting Tema to Mpakadan to promote trade on the Eastern Corridor, construction of 12 fish landing sites and 2 fishing harbors at a cost of 19.5 billion to promote the fishery-based livelihood of our coastal folks, improved community infrastructure by investing 2.2 billion into over 2,000 projects under the IPEP initiative, promoting inner city development by spending 190 million under the Zongo Development Fund, expanded and improved the road network by investing about 16 billion, Mr. Speaker, recording the most kilometers of roads and interchanges done in the nation's history. Mr. Speaker, We also invested 1.7 billion in the National Identification Scheme to ensure that 17.5 million eligible Ghanaians acquire security-sensitive ID cards. This has laid the foundation for a prosperous future where digitalization provides more convenience, introduces an added layer of efficiency in delivery of public services, and enhances our ability to safeguard our national interests. Mr. Speaker, I want to stress at this juncture that Ghana has paid its dues, Ghana has turned the corner, and we are getting back on track. Despite these successes, we have to do more to reinforce our stability and guarantee decent jobs with good pay for the young people of our country. As such, through the 2024 budget, we'll deliver even more investment across the rail sector to place our economy on a firm growth trajectory that will create more jobs, safeguard our climate prospects, and deeply entrench Ghana as the seed country of Africa's development renaissance. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to invest in ongoing projects, and on the external front, we'll conclude negotiations with the Official Creditor Committee to ensure that the work on eligible externally funded projects resume. We will, through the Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue, be intentional about collaboration with the private sector and our development partners to support local businesses, attract FDI, and enhance the economic prospects of our people. Indeed, given the potential to upscale and the multiplier effects that our small and medium-sized businesses possess, government intends to scale up support to young entrepreneurs and fledgling businesses with a singular aim to create sustainable jobs across all communities. In this view, the ministry has teamed up with MEDA and is committing $1 billion Ghana cedis to ensure that our enclave projects developing our productive capacity for exports. Mr. Speaker, we are also positioning a generation of Ghanaians to secure our leadership in the global arena. Today, our country hosts the headquarters of the AFCFTA. We also have a privileged position Mr. Speaker, we are also positioning our generation to secure our leadership in the global arena. Today, our country hosts the headquarters of the AFCFTA. We also have a privileged position in leading the climate change charge. As the agreed host of the Climate Vulnerable Forum Secretariat, we are galvanizing a coalition of 68 nations and 1.7 billion people to shape the climate discourse and secure resources for a just energy transition. Mr. Speaker, that is the promise of this budget, and we'll keep our eyes firmly fixed on the future and build lasting prosperity for this and the next generation. Mr. Speaker, as members recall, we came into government in 2017 in a period of grave despondency, meager resources of 2 fish and 5 loaves. Today, we can only marvel at how the Lord has multiplied these resources. I'll now proceed, Mr. Speaker, to update the House on the macro fiscal performance of the economy. Mr. Speaker, global economic recovery remains sluggish, primarily due to a confluence of setbacks, including the lingering effects of supply chain disruptions and geopolitical events, and the increasing cost of living across many economic blocs. The disruptions in energy and food prices and efforts to combat record high inflation through tightening global monetary policies have considerably slowed down economic activity globally. According to the IMF's October 2023 World Economic Outlook, global economic growth is anticipated to decelerate from 3.5% in 2022 to 3% in 2023, and at best 2.9% in 2024. These projections are noticeably lower than the pre-pandemic historical average of 3.8% from 2000 to 2019. Projections of 3.1% global growth over the medium term are lowest in decades, and the prospects for countries to achieve higher living standards are also therefore bleak. Global inflation is expected to gradually decline because of monetary tightening and declining international commodity prices. Global inflation is expected to fall from its peak of 8.7% in 2022 to 6.9% in 2023 and further 5.8% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic imbalances are also improving, evidenced by falling inflation in most parts of the region. However, a slowdown in reform efforts, a rise in political insecurity within the region, and external downside risks, including China slowing down, could undermine growth. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to present the macro performance of the first 3 quarters of 2023 within the context of the targets that were set in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review. Before I proceed, it's important that I restate the targets we set in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Review. These include overall GDP growth of 1.5%, non-oil real GDP rate of 1.5%, end-period inflation of 31.3%, overall balance commitment of overall primary balance commitment of minus 5.7% of GDP, primary balance commitment basis of minus 5% of GDP, and gross international reserves, excluding oil funds, encumbered assets, and pledged assets, sufficient to cover at least 0.8 months of imports of goods and services by end 2023. Mr. Speaker, provisional macroeconomic data on the performance of the economy for the periods Q1 to Q3 2023 demonstrated government's relentless commitment to keep us on the high road to recovery. The IMF rightly described Ghana's recent macroeconomic performance in the first review as compelling performance, and I quote, "Honorable members, may we wish to refer to the IMF's press release numbers PR 23/339 and dated 6 October 2023 for this update. As I indicated during the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review, the prompt deployment of strong fiscal and monetary policy measures largely accounts for the continued macroeconomic stability and economic recovery. Growth in 2023 has been more resilient than earlier expected. Inflation has been on the decline faster than expected. The fiscal and external balances have improved, and the exchange rate has broadly stabilized. Mr. Speaker, government introduced the Gold for Oil policy in 2022. The policy, which leverages the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, was intended to provide foreign exchange financing for the importation of petroleum products and help reduce demand for US dollars from the bulk import distribution and export companies who would have otherwise gone to the market to source forex for the importation of petroleum products. Since then, Mr. Speaker, under the Gold for Reserves program, the Bank of Ghana has purchased a total of 17.89 tons, 1.14 billion US dollars of gold to boost its gold reserves. In addition, under the G40 program, Gold for Oil program, 23 cargoes, circa 800,000 metric tons of gasoline and gas oil equivalent to 30% of national consumption have so far been imported. The G40 program has significantly contributed to the stabilization of the cedi-dollar exchange rate, 17 cedis to the dollar in November 2022 to 12 cedis to the dollar in November 2023, leading to a reduction in the export price of diesel from 23 cedis per litre, Mr. Speaker, to 12 cedis per litre today. Mr. Speaker, I'll now update the House on the performance of our macroeconomic indicators. Real GDP growth averaged 3.2% in the first half of 2023, compared to 2.9% in the same period in 2022, signaling a strong rebound. Robust growth in services averaged 6.3%, and agriculture also averaged 6.2%. Sectors were the key drivers. It is instructive to note that the average growth of 3.2% for the first 2 quarters of 2023 is higher than 2023 revised growth target of 1.5%. Price developments indicate that inflation is on a declining path in response to ongoing fiscal consolidation, appropriate tightening of monetary policy, and relative stability in the exchange rate. Headline inflation declined by over 16 percentage points from 34.1% in December 2022 to 38.1% in September 2023 and 35.2% as of October 2023. The cedi has stabilized against the US dollar since early 2023. Both a year-to-date, Mr. Speaker, a year-to-date cumulative depreciation of 25% compared to 54% in 2022. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, the cedi has only depreciated by 6.4% on cumulative basis since February 2023, compared to, Mr. Speaker, 53.9% over the same period in 2022. The stability of the cedi largely reflects the positive impact from the restoration of economic activity, including robust economic growth, improvement in the current account position, improvement in forex liquidity following the IMF ECF inflows, Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, reduced speculative forex demand as market confidence rebounds. Gross international reserves as of September 2023 stood at 5 billion, 2.3 months import cover, compared to 6.3 billion, 2.7 months import cover at the end of 2022, but expecting only a 0.8 months at mid-year when we stood here to pronounce where we were heading to. We are yet, Mr. Speaker, to reflect IMF, World Bank, and Cocoa Bank indications of approximately $2 billion by year-end. The current account turned positive at 1.1% of GDP at end June 2023, a monumental turnaround from the deficit of 2.1% of GDP at end December 2022. Likewise, the trade balance improved to a surplus of 2.6% of GDP as of end August 2023, from 0.7% of GDP surplus at end December 2022. Though interest rates moderated from December 2022 to the first quarter 2023, they picked up again as T-bills remain the key debt instrument in the debt market after the DDEP. For instance, the 91-day Treasury declined from 35.5% in December 2022 to 18.5% in March 2023, but increased to 29.8% as of Monday, 13th November 2023. The overall budget deficit on commitment basis as of end August 2023 was a deficit of 3.0% of GDP, outperforming the targeted deficit of 4.6% of GDP. The outturn largely reflects improvements in revenue mobilization and slower execution of expenditure. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, also outperforming the target surplus of 0.9% of GDP. Public debt accumulation has slowed down significantly as government continued to consolidate its public finances and also reflects the impact of the domestic debt exchange program and the ongoing external debt restructuring. Total public debt has declined from 73.1% of GDP at the end of 2022, Mr. Speaker, to 66.4% of GDP as at September 2023. The completion of external debt restructuring is expected to further improve Ghana's debt to GDP ratio. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 fiscal framework was revised during the 2023 mid-year fiscal policy review to reflect updated macro-fiscal developments and align with the fiscal adjustment path under the IMF-supported PCPEC path. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance for the first 8 months of the year using provisional data shows significant progress towards a stronger fiscal consolidation. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants was 71.9 billion, 9.3% of GDP, 2.8% lower than the program target of 82.2 billion, 9.6% of GDP. Total expenditure commitment was 104.6 billion, 12.2% of GDP, 14.1% lower than the target of 121.8 billion, 14.2% of GDP. Primary expenditure commitment was 84.7 billion, 9.9% of GDP, 6.0% lower than the target of 90.1 billion, 10.5% of GDP. Primary balance commitment was a deficit of 5.5 billion, or 0.7% of GDP, compared to the target deficit of 7.9 billion, 0.9% of GDP. Overall fiscal balance commitment was a deficit of 25.4 billion, 3% of GDP, compared to target deficit of 39.6 billion, or 4.6% of GDP. And overall fiscal balance cash was a deficit of 26.1 billion, 3% of GDP, compared to the target deficit of 44.6 billion, 5.2% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, we are doing much better than predicted. Mr. Speaker, based on the overall macroeconomic objectives and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for the 2024 fiscal year. Overall real GDP growth of at least 2.8%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 2.1%, end period inflation rate of 5.0%, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 0.5% of GDP, and gross international reserve to cover not less than 3 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 and medium-term fiscal framework has been prepared in line with the objectives and policy priorities of a 3-year IMF-supported PCPEC program. The primary balance on commitment basis is the fiscal anchor we are using to assess our fiscal effort. Over the medium term, we plan to improve the primary balance commitment from a deficit of 4.3% of GDP in 2022 to deficit of 0.5% of GDP in 2023, a huge 3.9% adjustment. The primary balance is expected to improve further to a surplus at 0.5% of GDP in 2024 and 1.5% of GDP from 2025 onwards. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants is projected at 176.4 billion Ghana cedis, 16.8% of GDP as we move towards our 18% target. And this is underpinned by permanent revenue measures, largely tax revenue measures amounting to 0.9% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure is projected at 226.7 billion, 21.6% of GDP. This projection reflects a reduction of 6.1 percentage points of GDP in total expenditure commitment basis compared to the outturn in 2022. This large decrease comes from the combination of fiscal consolidation efforts of 4.9 percentage points of GDP, reflecting an adjustment in revenue by 1.1 percentage point and primary expenditure by 3.9 percentage points of GDP. The potential interest rate savings from the ongoing external debt operation will further bolster public finance sustainability. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, including arrears clearance, the overall budget balance will be financed in a fiscal deficit of 61.9 billion, equivalent to 5.9% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance is a deficit of 5.9 billion, equivalent to 0.6% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, acting through the Ghana Revenue Authority, as per Section 4 of the Ghana Revenue Authority Act 2009, introduced the Property Rate Reform Project. The objective was to develop a unified common platform capable of billing, collecting, and reporting property rates nationwide. Mr. Speaker, the initiative has encountered some challenges that's making it difficult for the relevant bodies, including the Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies, to have access to their share of the property rate collection on time. Mr. Speaker, to address these challenges, government is reviewing the overall structures and processes to determine the optimal way forward. In the interim, districts will resume collection as these challenges are resolved. Mr. Speaker, tax reliefs. Our approach to tax policy since 2017 was to give significant relief to the private sector until expenditure pressures from 2020 required a more aggressive approach. It is important to note that in the short term, fiscal sustainability requires that we improve our tax ratios significantly, otherwise our long-term competitiveness will be eroded. As we all know, our country's 13% tax to GDP ratio is far below our peers. Our target is 18 to 20%, and we are on course for 16%, hoping to be achieved this year. In that regard, it is difficult to implement all the structural reforms and tax reliefs needed to immediately lower and/or eliminate certain tax handles. However, I assure this august House that we have heard. We believe in lower taxes as a government for industry, and we are working at this aggressively with the GRA and to be cemented with the Standing Committee of the Mutual Prosperity Dialogue. Mr. Speaker, further to the above, the following reliefs have been prioritized for implementation. To extend, Mr. Speaker, the zero rate of VAT on locally manufactured African prints for 2 more years. Mr. Speaker, to waive import duties on import of electric vehicles for public transportation for a period of 8 years. Mr. Speaker, to waive import duties on semi-knocked down and completely knocked down electric vehicles imported by registered EV assembly companies in Ghana for a period of 8 years. Mr. Speaker, to extend zero rate of VAT on locally assembled vehicles for 2 more years. Mr. Speaker, to zero rate VAT on locally produced sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, to grant import duty waivers for raw materials for the local manufacture of sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, to grant exemptions on the importation of agricultural machinery equipment and inputs and medical consumables, raw materials for the pharmaceutical industry. Mr. Speaker, a VAT flat rate of 5% to replace the 15% standard VAT rate on all commercial properties will be introduced to simplify administration. To address the negative externalities of plastic waste and pollution, government will review and expand the environmental excise duty to cover plastic packaging and industrial and vehicle emissions. Mr. Speaker, the Stamp Duty Act 2005, Act 689, has not been reviewed since an enactment in 2005. To realign the rate with current economic realities, government in 2024 will review the rates and fees for stamp duties. The bands subject to ad valorem taxes will be expanded, while the specific rates will be reviewed. Mr. Speaker, a simplified tax return will be introduced as a means of promoting voluntary compliance as part of the modified taxation scheme for individuals in the informal sector. This approach will make it easier for taxpayers to fulfill their tax obligations to the state. Mr. Speaker, the tripartite committee has concluded negotiations on the national daily minimum wage. The tax-free portion of the individual income tax rate will accordingly be adjusted to take care of the change. Government recognizes the constraints our medical personnel face in providing healthcare for our citizens. With the passage of the Exemptions Act, government will engage the Ghana Medical Association on waivers for importation of vehicles to ease the transportation burden on our doctors. The policy will enable them to deliver quality and timely healthcare. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have always been committed to protecting the quality of life of our people. Total wages and salaries for workers has increased from 14.7 billion in 2016 to 37.5 billion. All workers were paid full wages and salary on time, even when revenues plummeted during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the difficult economic challenges, we paid 15% cost of living allowance for 6 months in 2022 to cushion the 949,000 workers, some 50% more than we had in 2016. Mr. Speaker, as reported in the 2023 Mid-Year Fiscal Policy Review of the 2023 Budget Statement Economic Policy of Government, a spending arrears clearance and prevention strategy was developed and approved by Cabinet for implementation. This is part of the measures to achieve the objective of bringing public finances back on a sustainable path through improved efficiency in public spending. To clear the system's stock of arrears, the Ghana Audit Service has begun the verification and validation of the arrears identified as at end December 2022 before payments are made. Mr. Speaker, to prevent the accumulation of new arrears, government has put in place the following measures to enhance commitment controls and prevent the accumulation of arrears. Alignment of the quarterly budget allotment of cash flows forecast and tighten the use of allotments as a control on the gift miss rather than the budget starting with the 2024 budget. Standardized contracts for public works to ensure flexibility in budget execution, review standard tender documents to include clauses that make the award of the contract null and void if not supported by gift miss generated purchase order. All MDAs will be required to use GANEPs for all procurements to enhance transparency and efficiency in the procurement of good works consultancy, non-consultancy, and asset disposal. Improve budget execution practices by undertaking the following. Approval of MDA's commencement requires to be done within the first quarter of any fiscal year to allow MDA sufficient time to complete procurement and payment processes before end of year. Enforcement of the use of gift miss for all transactions to prevent unbudgeted expenditure. Internal audit agency to ensure that public officers within covered entities adhere to the legal and regulatory principles governing public financial management in the discharge of their duties. All public officers, particularly principal spending officers of covered entities, will be held to the strict application of the specified sections as specified in Section 96 to 98 of the PFM Act. Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act 2016 Act 921 was passed to regulate the financial management of the public sector within a macroeconomic and fiscal framework. This law sets out stringent accounting, audit, and reporting requirements for public funds. As the first finance minister to oversee the implementation of this critical law, I am confident that this government has been the most transparent and accountable in our history. Over the past 7 years, I have laid before this House 55 statutory reports to fulfill the provision of this law. These include the annual report on petroleum funds, report on the utilization of the African levies as examples. We have also learned key lessons from the helpful feedback from our stakeholders. Most of these formed the core of the macro-critical reforms being implemented under the IMF-backed PCPEC program. Mr. Speaker, as the government's PCPEC program enters the second year, we plan to assess progress and deepen our collaborations for reforms at the PFM Summit to be organized by April 2024. We encourage our development partners to join us on this journey. Mr. Speaker, in the rail sector, we expect overall rail GDP growth to increase from an expected 2.3% in 2023 to 2.8% and reach 5% in 2027. This yields an average growth rate of 4.3% over the 2024-2027 period. Non-oil rail GDP is projected to slow down from an estimated 2.8% in 2023 to in 2024 and pick up to 5% by 2027, giving an average growth rate of 4.1% over the 2024-2027 period. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana has maintained the tight monetary policy stand to firm up the disinflation process. Among other measures, the bank has further raised the monetary policy rate by a cumulative 300 basis points in the year to September 2023 to 30%. In the outlook, monetary policy in 2024 and at the medium term will aim to regain price stability. Inflation is expected to remain within the IMS program's monetary policy consultation clause of 29.4% with a symmetric band of 4% at the end of 2023, an end-year target of 15% in 2024, and trend further down to the medium-term target band of 8 plus or minus 2% by end December 2025. A tight monetary policy stance, favorable base drifts, relative stability on the foreign exchange market, and a favorable food harvest are expected to outweigh inflationary pressures over the near term. In the outlook, the external sector's performance will largely depend on the conclusion of negotiations with the country's external creditors. Also, the Bank of Ghana's policy thrust will remain focused on increasing external buffers through sustainable means. The exchange rate is expected to remain stable, supported by continued progress with the implementation of the IMF-supported program. Expected inflows from the cocoa syndication loan, the second tranche of the IMF loan, mining inflows, and the BOG's continuation of the Gold for Oil program. The main risks to the external outlook include increasing uncertainty about geopolitical tensions and volatility in commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, the IMF Executive Board approved Ghana's 3-year, $3 billion IMF-supported post-COVID-19 for economic growth on the 17th of May 2023, after the government of Ghana secured a staff-level agreement on the program in December 2022. The program, as you know, aims to restore macro stability and debt sustainability, build resilience through the implementation of wide-ranging and strong structural reforms in key sectors of the economy, and lay the foundations for stronger and more inclusive and private sector-led growth while protecting the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, the IMF-supported PCPEC is assessed semi-annually by the IMF through an IMF staff review mission, followed by final approval by the IMF Executive Board. Disbursements under the program are tied to successful completion of each review. The reviews assess our progress towards meeting the quantitative performance criteria, indicative targets, and structural benchmarks. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to inform this august House that based on the IMF's own assessment at the staff level, after the first review, Ghana met all the 6 quantitative performance criteria. The 2 out of the 3 indicative targets, the 2 met a floor on social spending, a floor on non-oil public revenue. The indicative target of 0 net accumulation of payables was extended largely to the ongoing negotiations with energy sector IPP on legacy debt. And 6 of the 7 structural benchmarks due end 2023 were also met, and subsequently the 7th has been met. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal incentives and reliefs I announced previously are in line with government's 5-year growth strategy, which was approved by Cabinet in August 2023. This is to stimulate and sustain economic growth, even as we restore macroeconomic stability under the IMF-backed program. The first phase, which is a 14-month program, essentially focuses on scaling up prioritized existing programs and attracting private sector investments to deliver rapid results without significant demands on budgetary resources. Mr. Speaker, the growth strategy prioritizes key sectors of the economy, including agriculture, agribusiness and aquaculture, trade, industry and export promotion, tourism, as well as digitization and technology. The recently launched Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue will support this path of growth. A permanent steering and technical committee co-led by the Ministries of Finance, as well as Ministry of Trade and Industry and the private sector, and supported by development partners, is being set up to drive this collaboration for growth. Mr. Speaker, last year I discussed the enormous impact of the food import bill on exchange rate volatility and inflation. I made clear how unsustainable the imports are and the need to change course. The growth strategy therefore supports the implementation of interventions that increases our capacity to produce, deepen value chains, facilitate and modernize storage facilities, and increase the shelf line of products. These improvements are expected to help support exports, build forests, exchange buffers, and reduce inflation of earmarked funds. Mr. Speaker, we would also like to appreciate on this level the contributions of key stakeholders, including the Managing Director, the management and staff of the IMF, the World Bank, the AFDP, and development partners who play diverse roles in this journey. Mr. Speaker, we are equally grateful to the Council of State CSOs, labor unions, employers association, AGI, FBOs, think tanks and research institutions, and all other stakeholders who played various roles in the process. Let me note, Mr. Speaker, Labour's remarkable composure and historic agreement yesterday to ensure that our discussions with the fund was not derailed. We thank Labour for this. Mr. Speaker, Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, just a minute. Honourable members, in line with Order 42 of the standing orders of our House, I hereby direct that sitting be held outside the normal sitting hours. Honourable Minister, you may now continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in seeking to change the course of the agriculture sector, the President in August 2023, with the new Minister of Agriculture, launched the Planting for Food and Jobs 2.0. By design, PFJ 2.0 places greater emphasis on value chain approaches and focuses on strengthening linkages between actors along eligible agricultural commodity value chains, broadly categorized into grains, roots, and tuber vegetables and poultry. The PFJ has a special focus on poultry to address the heavy reliance on imports. Accordingly, 15 anchor farmers and 500 outgrowers in 5 regions, Ashanti, Greater Accra, Bono, East, and Eastern regions, will be selected to produce 65,000 metric tons of broilers in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the significant shortfall between demand and domestic production of vegetables requires urgent action, especially considering the impact of the recent supply disruptions from the Sahelian region. The engagement of onion producers and importers prior to this 2024 budget revealed the importance of developing The engagement of onion producers and importers prior to this 2024 budget revealed the importance of developing an onion index to track the production, distribution, and consumption of the commodity. It emerged during these engagements that in 2022, demand for onions was 314,000 metric tons, while the local production was 179,000 metric tons. In addition, the national demand for tomatoes in 2022 was estimated at 1.3 million metric tons, while local production stood at 468,000 metric tons. These are two prominent vegetables in the Ghanaian households. Speaker, PFG2 therefore seeks to improve the supply and utilization of high-quality inputs, facilitate credit guarantees for aggregators to procure improved seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, and supply them on zero-interest credit terms to vegetable farmers in the immediate and short-term future. Furthermore, the condition and capacity of existing warehouses will be improved to enhance the condition and capacity in storing bumper harvests and maintaining price stability. Mr. Speaker, the growth strategy also aims to boost fish production, mostly through increased focus on oceanic and inland earthen ponds. The goal is to support fishermen, fish farmers, and fish processors in our coastal regions. The interventions planned in this subsector include direct support for production, distribution, and storage of fish, as well as producing and supplying over 110 million liters of premise fuel using gasoline and condensate. Mr. Speaker, part of PFJ2's program strategy is to support the private commercial agriculture under the Economic Enclaves project. Towards this, priority has been given to securing and developing lands to offer security of tenure for large-scale agriculture investments. The focus on large-scale commercial agriculture is to harness the benefits of scale and scope of economics, promote the adoption of technology for efficiency and standardization, as well as support price stabilization efforts. As of December 2022, 3 enclaves in Kasonya, Greater Accra, Kumewu, Ashanti, and Banda Oti region were operational. 5 out of 5 other enclaves are planned in 2024 to promote value addition, integration, and deepening aggregation and value chain systems to serve as economic growth goals. The 3 operational EEPs will lead to production of 160,000 metric tons of rice by end of 2024, over 110,000 acres of land in cultivation for the key staples. Private sector actors investing on EEP will provide employment for the youth with a target of at least 5,000 jobs. Already, Mr. Speaker, 10 private sector actors have responded to the expression of interest to predominantly act as anchor farmers on the developed lands. Government will also pursue the interest expressed by other international private sector operators to unlock investments and technology for the economic enclave projects. We are also using the EEP to leverage catalytic financing from key partners including MasterCard Foundation and the African Development Bank. To implement the economic enclave at scale and speed, I mentioned Ghana Cedi's 1 billion has been allocated to Millennium Development Authority to complement PFJ 2.0. This funding will be dedicated to providing critical infrastructure, including irrigation canals, as well as cleaning and developing land for private sector actors in the EEP. Other key interventions under the Ghana Cares program, such as the completion of a foundry, will benefit from this funding. MEDA has a remarkable record from the implementation of 2 compacts under the Millennium Challenge Corporation, one of which was agriculture and agribusiness. They continue to demonstrate experience and ingenuity that will accelerate the delivery of the growth goals to transform agriculture in our country. Mr. Speaker, the Digital Youth Village as a key initiative under Ghana Cares involves collaboration between the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, Ministry of Finance, and University of Ghana to support tech entrepreneurs and create vibrant tech hubs. To date, the DYV project has completed the design, land location, site clearance, as well as securing an architect and contractor initiating the construction phase. Phase 1 of DYV project is expected to be completed before end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, in the area of trade, industry, and export, the key operations under 1D1F free zones, export promotion, strategic and core industries, and business regulatory reforms have been prioritized under the growth strategy. Altogether, earnings from non-traditional exports are expected to increase to 4 billion and 4.8 billion in 2024 from 3.51 billion in 2022. 271 license-free zone companies are expected to increase earnings to 2.19 billion in 2024 compared to earnings of 1.8 billion from 207 license-free zone companies in 2022. Mr. Speaker, Ghana remains the preferred tourist destination in the sub-region. The steady stream of domestic and international tourists also requires dedicated spaces in cities to drive a night economy and tourism. As we promote December in Ghana initiatives, we'll also work towards enhancing security and the lightening infrastructure. A task force comprising public regulators and private sector actors has already been established to drive the night economy initiative and the public-private partnership arrangements. Mr. Speaker, on 14th November 2022, almost exactly a year ago, government launched the Youth Start initiative as a direct response to the employment challenge facing our country. Through this initiative, government sought to create an entrepreneurial nation by providing training, competitive funding, access to markets and technology to our youth. This is to cause a cultural shift and guide our teeming youth into entrepreneurship by assisting them to start, build, and grow their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, a year on, the preparatory works have been completed. The 3 components of the initiative, Youth Start District, Entrepreneurship Program, Commercial Program, and the Youth Start Grace Program, have also been developed and piloted successfully. On 20th September 2022, government signed an MOU with 11 banks and the Ghana Association of Bankers to support entrepreneurs gain access to capital to enhance their business. The Ghana Association of Banks have worked with us to train the participating financial institutions on the program and have completed the design of a technology platform to receive applications. The National Banking College has also been engaged under the program to train beneficiaries on behalf of the participating banks. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Enterprises Agency and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program has been brought together as a cohesive unit to co-lead the district entrepreneurship component of the USAT program. The Speaker, all is set to accelerate the implementation of USAT. We are working with our partners, the World Bank, to secure additional financing, Mr. Speaker, of $150 million US. On our own, we are committing 200 million Ghana cedis to ensure that more young persons are supported into entrepreneurship. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, through their strategic partners, has completed the Mineral Resource Estimate Report that has been prepared in line with Joint Ore Reserves Committee standards. The results of the report indicate significant bauxite quantities, making the project a commercially viable one. Mr. Speaker, the master plan has been reviewed and given a seal of approval by KPMG. To ensure, Mr. Speaker, the various mineral discoveries are informed, deposits of iron ore are commercially viable, a high-level mineral resource study has been commissioned by GSDEC, working with the private partners. A capital incentive activity has been uploaded to Ghanaian private partners to produce a standard bankable report at no cost to the Government of Ghana. This is to ensure that the integrated iron and steel industry is not faced with a continuous decline of domestic production and processing of metallic minerals and associated dependence on foreign supplies for our needs. Mr. Speaker, key interventions to improve the business environment include enhancing the business regulatory reform, crowding in private sector financing of 20 billion through foreign direct investments, and amendments to the GIPC Act has been completed and submitted to Parliament. The Speaker, the group strategy sets ambitious targets for easing access of the domestic private sector, including medium and long-term finance at competitive rates. Government will leverage the plans of the Development Bank of Ghana, GESL, Venture Capital Trust Fund, and the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund to provide loans, partial guarantees, and venture capital to private entities with transformational and strategic projects in agriculture. Mr. Speaker, channels would include the Development Bank of Ghana to increase the lending volume of the Development Bank of Ghana to 2 billion cedis for 2024. For GESL to provide 350 million partial risk guarantees to leverage private sector participation in the agricultural sector. Government will also support DBG for fundraising of an additional $1 billion in 2024 to support their work. Mr. Speaker, the IFC, working with government, will pursue $500 million commitment of financing from the World Bank's IFC as a partner in Ghana's Mutual Prosperity Dialogue. The recapitalization of banks. Mr. Speaker, government and the World Bank will recapitalize the banks through the Ghana Financial Stability Fund and the Financial Sector Program, with over 10 billion cedis, Mr. Speaker, to enable aggressive financing of private sector businesses. Mr. Speaker, the banks will be recapitalized in the coming week. Furthermore, venture capital trusts will be given additional funds to ensure that the private sector has access to that. Mr. Speaker, the stock of global debt as a share of global GDP was 258% last year. Moreover, as of 2022, the stock of public debt was 238%, 9 percentage points higher than in 2019. To return Ghana to a path of debt sustainability from a debt to GDP ratio of 89%, Mr. Speaker, we aim to be at 66% this year. The goal is to achieve a 55% debt to GDP ratio and 18% revenue to GDP ratio over the medium term. Mr. Speaker, Ghana completed the first phase of the DDEP in February 2023 where 82 billion cedis of old domestic debts were exchanged for new bonds. In this process, the Speaker, the average coupon of 9.1% were achieved with a participation rate of 84%. Mr. Speaker, we have come to the end of the domestic debt exchange program and need to focus on the external debt restructuring to further improve the debt trajectory. Even today, even more to enable us reach the target landing zone of 55%. Mr. Speaker, discussions with the Eurobond investors are continuing. We have given a broad outline of 20 to 40% haircut under 20 years and interest rates of less than 5%. Ghana bilateral creditors, Mr. Speaker, are also working with us, and we expect the OCC, Mr. Speaker, to come up with a memorandum of understanding which would ensure that this body co-chaired by France and China will deliver the appropriate MOU to the IMF for their board meeting next week. Mr. Speaker, we envision that in the coming week, also extensive discussions of our IPPs should lead to some resolutions on our payments of energy systems. And Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that this will successfully be done in the coming few days or weeks. The fund, Mr. Speaker, is also offering $250 million from the World Bank, supported by sub-fund targeted at qualifying banks and SDIs, and a CD equivalent of $500 million of GOG-funded sub-fund that will help, as I mentioned, to recapitalize a state-owned financial institution, as well as potentially supporting other indigenously controlled financial institutions. In addition, a provision of $4 billion has been made in the 2024 budget to address the NIB, distressed SDIs, and other outstanding legacy policies in the financial sector. Notwithstanding the ongoing litigation commenced by shareholders of Black Shield Capital Management Limited, formerly Gold Shield Securities, the SEC will continue to engage the official liquidator and clients of the defined Black Shield to reach a consensus on a framework for a bailout, intervention, and an amicable resolution to the impact. Mr. Speaker, in the 2024 budget, government will build on the significant investment that have been made to date and promote its key interventions covering social spending, infrastructure governance, security, and climate change. Mr. Speaker, on social spending, the government's flagship free senior high school and TVET programs continues to create and expand access to secondary school education in the country. In a generation's time when we have a more educated population which sustains social mobility and cohesion, we appreciate the significance of these decisions. In the year under review, we continue to support. Mr. Speaker, far from this, in the year under review, we continue to support a total of 448,000 first-year senior high school students, bringing the total beneficiaries for 2023 academic year to 1.3 million students. In 2024, the implementation of this transformative initiative will continue. Speaker, we continue feeding grants for over 7,500 students in special schools and capitation grants to all public basic schools across the country. Additionally, registration fees of over 471,000 prospective candidates from public junior high school for the BCE were paid to guarantee that all candidates will sit for the examination. Mr. Speaker, support for beneficiaries of the LEAP program was sustained in 2023. Government invested some $298 million to support 350,000 families. In 2024, the program will improve financing by 50% more and continue to provide meals to more schools to enhance basic school enrollment. The National Health Insurance Scheme, Mr. Speaker, is now active with coverage of 60 million people, representing 80% of the targeted group. Efforts to integrate the Ghana card into the enrollment system are progressing steadily. Mr. Speaker, over 740 million has been invested to feed over 3.8 million pupils one hot meal a day in 10,000 of our public basic schools. In 2024, the program will continue to provide meals to enhance basic school enrollment. Mr. Speaker, we continue to improve on our road networks, and Mr. Speaker, once the official accreditor committee has made its announcement, we will continue with all extendedly funded projects that will be resumed. However, the overflowing projects are ongoing and at various stages of completion. Kumasi Lake Road and Drainage Extension Project is completed. Reconstruction of Bichem Techimanchia Akumadin Road is 71% complete. Construction of flyover on the Accra Tema motorway from Flower Port Runabout is 60% complete. Phase 2 of the Tema motorway runabout, including construction of the third tier of the interchange, is 56% complete. Construction of 4 major bypasses at Osino, Enyinem, Inyirisi, and Konongo along the Accra-Kumasi Highway commenced in 2023 and at various stages of completion. Reconstruction of Agona and Kwantatoka Road is 44% complete. Dualization of 4 main roads and traffic management works 100% complete. Selected roads in 2nd and Takoradi Phase 1 is 28% complete. Dualization of Nsawam of Fankor Road, including the widening of the road to 10 lanes over 6-lane expressway and 4-lane service road interchanges at Amasaman, Kobiman, Midia, and Nsawam project is 30% complete. Construction of 4-tier interchange at Swame in the Ashanti region. Mr. Speaker, the following projects under the Master Project Agreement with Sino Hydro Corporation has been completed. Tamale Interchange, Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City Roads, construction of Hohoi, Jasikan, Dodi, Pepesi, 64.4 kilometers, upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western Region. However, the following are at various stages of completion. Sunyani Inner City Roads, construction of Sunyani and Brekum Inner City Roads, PTC Runabout Interchange, Takoradi, 80%. Mr. Speaker, government is in the preparation for the reconstruction of the Accra-Tema motorway under the road sector's public-private partnership with GIF its own course. The concession agreement and draft engineering, procurement and construction EPC agreement have been approved by Cabinet and will be submitted to Parliament for approval shortly. Mr. Speaker, government infrastructure program will also be anchored on a strong private sector collaboration. To this end, government will continue to pursue the mining sector roads rehabilitation projects to improve the road network in mining communities. Government will begin the formalization of agreements with the mining companies and mining-related industries to fund and commence the rehabilitation of roads in the mining enclaves in 2024. Selected communities include Takoradi, Agona, and Kwanta, Takoradi Dualization and Township, Presia, Bogoso Township, Dunkwa, Obuasi Township, Afia and Kwanta, Manso, Nkran Konongo. Mr. Speaker, to promote trade and transit from the Tema port, the capacity of Tema Hospital Road will be improved under PPP arrangements. Accordingly, government has developed a deed of transfer to be executed. Mr. Speaker, government has renegotiated the contract terms of the large general hospital project and will now be funded through the national budget. The contractor is expected, Mr. Speaker, to be back on site next week to complete a significant amount of work by 2024. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with government's strong commitment to industrialization, a total of 169 One District, One Factory projects are currently operational, leading to a total employment of 169,000. An additional 152 factories are currently under construction and expected to be fully operational in 2024. These industries are expected to increase value addition and support our efforts to reset the economy. Mr. Speaker, to improve connectivity within the sub-region and facilitate tourism, the upgrading of the Tamale Airport has been completed. To complement this effort and facilitate trade through Ghana's transit corridor, the construction of the Buankra Integrated Logistical Terminal is being executed and is about 54% complete. Following the approval of Ghana's Energy Transition Investment Plan, government has commenced the development of a national electric vehicle policy as part of efforts to create an enabling environment for the uptake of electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, government has rolled out the National Rental Assistance Scheme in February 2023 to ease the burden of huge rent advance payments by prospective tenants. The Speaker, government continued works on phase 3 of the Security Services Housing Program, involving the construction of 320 units for the Ghana Police Service at the Ghana National Police Training School, Tesano. In addition, work commenced on the first phase of the revised National Affordable Housing Program at Pokwase that was launched by His Excellency the President and the Minister of Works and Housing. Government will commence work on the National Affordable Housing Project at the Deso in the Ashanti region and to complement the Pokwase project. Mr. Speaker, under the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program, government continues to embark on strategic investments across our communities nationwide in line with the Fiscal Consolidation Plan. Through the development authorities, over 340 projects were completed in 2023 and accordingly handed over to the beneficiary communities. Rural telephony. Mr. Speaker, government constructed a total of 1,010 rural telephony sites under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project to provide voice signals in underserved and unserved communities. In 2024, the remaining 1,006 sites will be built and integrated and financed for voice and data services to ensure reliable, affordable, and secured broadband infrastructure under the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, with regards to rural electrification, in line with government to achieve universal access to electricity by 2024, a total of 189 communities have been connected to the national grid, with 211 communities at various stages of completion. The national electricity access is estimated to have reached 88.85% as of the third quarter of 2023. Our goal, of course, is to exceed 90% by the end of 2024. Mr. Speaker, under the Girls in ICT initiative, 2,000 girls and 200 ICT teachers in the Savannah and Northern regions were trained. Additionally, a total of 287 laptops were presented to the best performing students and teachers in both the Savannah and Northern regions. In 2024, 3,000 girls and 300 ICT teachers will be trained in Ashanti, Greater Accra and Volta regions. Government, Mr. Speaker, seeks to continue to find a program to resource a one laptop per child program so that the population will become tech savvy. Mr. Speaker, we will look to raise appropriate financing for this. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana.gov platform deployed in 2020 has onboarded 1541 MDAs, MMDAs, and state-owned enterprises, with 130 of these entities actively utilizing the platform for various functions, including processing payments. This has yielded a total of 164 billion since its inception. In 2024, NITA will enroll government agencies responsible for revenue collection onto the platform. In addition, a citizens app will be integrated into the platform to enrich citizens to government engagement and allow persons with disability to address the platform to foster inclusiveness. Mr. Speaker, the new Conduct of Public Officers Act seeks to address current weakness in asset declaration system. The new act will introduce provisions that ensure public officers submit their declaration in time and that an effective verification system is in place. The draft bill is under consideration by Cabinet and will be submitted to Parliament subsequently. Government will also committed to ensuring the implementation of the second phase of the National Anti-Corruption Action Plan to foster public accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to resource the Ghana Armed Forces to collaborate with other security services in the operations such as Cow Leg, Calm Life, Halt, Gong Gong, Conquered Fit, etc. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of 15 forward operating bases along the northern border of the country to also prevent cross-border crimes and terrorist infiltration are also progressing steadily. In addition, the FOB at its level in the Western region is 55% complete. Mr. Speaker, internal security by the Ghana Police Force continues to be sustained, and Mr. Speaker, the police service improved community watch program for professional motorbike riders has elevated the sense of security in the country. The service received 100 Toyota Hilux pickups, 6 armored personnel carriers, and 600 motorbikes to augment the fleet of the formed police visibility and motorbike patrol units to enhance their work. Mr. Speaker, immigration service is also being improved. The service also conducted 5,900 inspections at various locations and bringing much security to the country. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of independent power producers, government has continued to engage key operational independent power producers in positive and constructive bilateral negotiations. Engagements have centered on the sustainability of Ghana's energy sector, as well as the restructuring of legacy IPPs and power purchase agreements, future-proofing timely payment to IPPs going forward, and the implementation of critically needed energy sector reforms. Government aims, Mr. Speaker, to finalize commercial agreements with key IPPs in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, government remains mindful and appreciative of the continuing commitment on the part of IPPs, not only to support Ghana's power sector, but to collaborate with government and the ECG to achieve sustainable future for the sector, while shoring up Ghana's reputation as a compelling investment climate. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has been at the forefront for advocacy for a fit-for-climate global financial architecture while expanding its engagement to mobilize climate finance. At the 2023 IMF World Bank Group annual meetings, Ghana secured critical financing to support climate adaptation and mitigation measures. These include $54 million to establish a Ghana Share Landscape Emission Reduction Project, $4.8 million successfully earned by reducing nearly 1 million tons of carbon emissions through forestry conservation. We expect to earn over $45 million in 2024. Additionally, government has signed 6 MOUs with Switzerland, Singapore, Sweden, South Korea, as well as some public and private entities in line of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Mr. Speaker, our leadership as chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum and the Vulnerable 20 Group is a prime example directed by our Ministries of Finance, Environment, Science and Technology, and Innovation, and Foreign Affairs. Under Ghana's tenure, we've not only raised our global standing in climate discussions, but also championed the interests of climate vulnerable nations. Our President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo chairs the CVF. Since 2021, under the direction of Ghana's direction, the CVF and V20 have driven a forward-thinking agenda to counter climate change threats. Crucially, Ghana has been instrumental in pushing for reforms in the global financial system to make a more conducive environment for resilient growth and sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, advocating for reform in the global financial system underscores our commitment to focus on a future where climate resilient growth and sustainable development are at the forefront. By championing this, Ghana will lead with a vision for climate resilience in a more environmentally imperative way. It is a pathway to enduring prosperity and stability for developing countries globally, ensuring that we are equipped to face climate challenges while progressing towards a sustainable and prosperous future. Mr. Speaker, today I have highlighted our collective achievements as a nation to this august House. I've also demonstrated how our investment over the last 7 years have positively impacted individuals, households, businesses, and communities. We have, Mr. Speaker, a safer country. We have a more physically and digitally connected society. We have a more educated and skilled population. Through our policy approach, the foundation for a country has been laid where ingenuity is being encouraged, innovation is supported, public service is valued, responsibility is shared, prosperity is shared, and accountability for the custodianship of public resources is privatized. Mr. Speaker, this is marked change from when I first stood before this House on 2nd March 2017. At that time, Mr. Speaker, doomsday had decimated the incomes of businesses and households. The financial sector was weak and near collapse. Trained nurses had stayed home for years without employment. NHIS was in arrears for over a year. A sizable number of Ghanaians were unable to access senior high school education. Above all, our economic prospects are dimmed considerably. I refer then to the biblical story of 5 loaves and 2 fishes to illustrate the approach in turning the economy around. Mr. Speaker, I stood here in March 27 and asked that the country's poultry, 2 fishes, and 5 loaves be multiplied. Indeed, as a young boy gave all he had to the multitudes, so have we. And the Lord, in response, has blessed our nation, and this we should not forget. From a nominal GDP, Mr. Speaker, of 262 billion in 2017 to 1 trillion in 2014. Invested in the future of our children under the free SHS program, with 1.2 million students having access to free secondary school education. We supported the poor and vulnerable through an enhanced LEAP program by increasing the number of beneficiary households from 212,000 in 2017 to 350,000 in 2023, with an aim of 450,000 in the medium term. We invested in provisioning one hot nutrition meal per day to 3.2 million pupils in our basic schools and provided steady income stream for 32,496 caterers. We invested the most in the construction, rehabilitation, and upgrading of major roads network across the country. We supported small businesses with $750 million during the COVID-19 pandemic through the CAPBAS program and other interventions. We invested, Mr. Speaker, in making sure that all public workers were paid every month during the COVID-19 pandemic, including the teachers who were paid for all the 9 months when the academic calendar was disrupted. We invested to strategically establish 160 factories across the districts under 1D1F, investing in the expansion of health infrastructure in every district under the Agenda 111 initiative, the greatest healthcare push in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me make this opportunity to recognize the strong partnership that has coexisted between the government and organized labor over this period. I also want to use the occasion to thank the leadership of organized labor for their positive cooperation since 2017. Yesterday, as I mentioned, 14 November 2023, we successfully concluded negotiations for the 2024 single spine salary structure, the base pay, which culminated in a 23% increase in the base pay of the single spine salary structure across board from January to June 2024, and a readjustment of an additional 2% to 25% from July 2024 to December 2024. This wouldn't have been possible without the cooperation and strong leadership of labor unions. We thank you. Since then, we have stayed focused on our plans. However, it is not smooth sailing. There have been ebbs and flows. We have faced severe headwinds since March 2022 as an economy. The economy has faced multiple shocks. We have not created enough jobs and food inflation remains high, creating hardships, and we are committed to tackling this. However, we are re-anchoring our path using the PCPEC as our compass, our true north. Mr. Speaker, backed by the PCPEC, the 2023 budget seeks to restore and sustain macroeconomic stability. With hard work and the grace of God, we are on the path of stability and growth. Thankfully, a sense of a new beginning has taken hold. Despite our remarkable progress in the last 10 months, risks still abound. In October 2023, the IMF reported that global recovery remains low with little margin for error. The Kenyan finance minister also noted in September 2023, and I quote, "All low and middle income countries are walking a tightrope given the current economic constraints globally." Mr. Speaker, we are aware of these pressures and risks. So far, the implementation of government PCPEC, which addresses these pressures, is delivering the immediate intended results. We have successfully concluded the domestic debt operations and are making steady progress on external debt restructuring. We are implementing the new growth strategy, which prioritizes the completion of key transformative interventions to improve the quality of life and welfare of our people. Mr. Speaker, for our future, large public spending and deficits cannot remain in the program. So after achieving macroeconomic stability, the gains will be anchored on enhanced fiscal responsibility rules. The IMF is already working with us to strengthen macroeconomic stability and implement structural reforms on a strong path of economic growth and transformation. investment in the growth strategy to consolidate and complete the ongoing infrastructural work and to accelerate implementation of the PCPEC program, to expand investment in the rail sector to implement the new growth strategy, to consolidate and complete the ongoing infrastructural work, and to mobilize climate finance to enable us build resilience. The policy outlines in this budget will also ensure that Ghana remains attractive for domestic and foreign investment. The feedback from our extensive engagement with key stakeholders have also been included in our policy choices. Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the various components of the government-owned financial ecosystem, such as Development Bank of Ghana, GCB, CBG, Fiscal, Ghana Commodity Exchange, GIFT, Venture Capital, Trust Fund, GEA, will all be strengthened to enable us to address the concerns of the private sector in respect of access to credit, access to skills, labor, and raw materials. Mr. Speaker, we do this knowing that the key to our prosperity is not handing out free goods and services to our underprivileged folks, rather it is by providing skills and financing to enable people to generate income and jobs. Mr. Speaker, we continue to optimize our tourism infrastructure. The improvement in key tourist sites have been complemented by aggressive marketing to reposition Ghana. Next month, as in recent years, our country will expect to an increase in tourists seeking to patronize the December in Ghana event. Our investment in CCTVs and our roads and provisions of increased logistics for the security services will continue to support these events and make them memorable. These investments would also facilitate the hosting of the 13th All Africa Games in Accra from 8th to 23rd March 2024. This will put Ghana in the spotlight. In addition, Ghana has strategically positioned itself to mobilize climate financing and champion a fit-for-climate global architecture in line with the Green Minerals Policy to support our energy transition. Mr. Speaker, the Minerals Income Investment Fund has acquired a 6% contributing interest in Atlantic Lithium's Ghana portfolio. This will lead us to a new negotiating posture for all future extractive industry investments. Mr. Speaker, in line with Ghana's localization policy, Atlantic Lithium will list on the Ghana Stock Exchange to further enhance and deepen local participation. Mr. Speaker, we are in a better place than we were before. The nation has been positively impacted and positioned to harness its prospects. We must move forward courageously, for as 2 Timothy 1 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but, Mr. Speaker, a spirit of courage and of love and of a sound mind, and we must press on. It is in this same vein, Mr. Speaker, of courage and power that we have forged a resilience since 2017. It's important to recall that despite, Mr. Speaker, the poly-crisis of 2019, poly-crisis in 2020, we have together taken, Mr. Speaker, all of us, a GDP of 219 billion to 1 trillion GDP this year. A key lesson from this leap since 2017 is for us, Mr. Speaker, to eschew unfounded pessimism and nihilism. We have shown, Mr. Speaker, that it is possible. It is possible to triple, to quadruple our GDP. It is possible to create a technologically savvy environment. It is possible to be the investment hub of the region. We should therefore, Mr. Speaker, be collectively proud of ourselves and the can-do spirit of our people. We have proven that a lot more is possible if we stay the course and believe in a future of immense possibilities. To realize our common aspiration, Mr. Speaker, we must continue to speak one language. This is Ghana. a nation united in diversity, a resilient nation on the path to manifest destiny. Every opportunity to safeguard our progress must be protected by adherence to exhortations of Genesis 11:6, that if we speak one language, we can do the impossible. Mr. Speaker, we therefore present to you the Inkunim Victory Budget, a people with a manifest destiny for greatness. We are resilient and we shall prevail because, Mr. Speaker, as we have always said, the battle is indeed the Lord's. God bless our homeland Ghana and make us steadfast to build together a nation that is great and strong in unity. Mr. Speaker, so I move.
Honorable members, honorable members, Honorable members, please, we have given more than enough time for the chair leaders. So please, it's not, I just allowed a few minutes because it's been quite stressful for sitting for over 2 hours. And so, as your father, I decided to allow you a few minutes. But please, it's now time for us to conclude officially the presentation of the 2024 budget. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 143, debate on the motion shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. But as you know, tomorrow we'll be here to continue with business. The same for Friday, and over the weekend we will have the post-budget workshop here in Parliament, presence of Parliament. Honorable members, I also direct that part of the budget relating to the ministries and constitutional bodies shall stand committed respectively to the committees responsible for the subject matter to which the heads of the estimates relate for consideration and report in accordance with Order 144. Furthermore, any part of the budget relating to revenue and expenditure shall stand committed to the Finance Committee in accordance with Order 145. Before I come to leadership, it's important on your behalf for me to acknowledge the presence of some critical stakeholders in what we do here. We have a plethora of representatives of the public who are here to support us, to listen, and to see what we do here during budget days. Definitely, you expect that the minister will come with his technical directors, and they are here in their numbers. We also have the office of His Excellency the President heavily present with the senior minister I understand your excitement because the time he was on the floor here, many of you were not born. So I know his value and I acknowledge his presence. The Chief of Staff herself is present here. And honorable members, Honorable members, we have a very, very important group, partners in the development of democracy. We have with us here a large team of students from the Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College. We have a total of 19 students and 5 academic staff. These students are drawn from the following countries: 13 from the Ghana Armed Forces, 6 from allied African countries, Benin, Botswana, Nigeria, Malawi, and Sierra Leone. The leader of the delegation is Colonel Michael Injum. Colonel Michael Injum. We have the academic staff, directing staff, in the persons of Lieutenant Colonel Wabani. Lieutenant Colonel Wabani is from South Africa. And we also have Wing Commander Seth Ampao from Ghana, and His Excellency Ambassador A. Satu, also from Ghana. Please, you are welcome. We're grateful you find time to come and support us. You've seen the laborious work we do here, particularly for the minister to stand over 2 hours. I tell you, if you had read all the statements, it would have taken over 3 hours. But he was able to skip, professionally through some of the paragraphs and give us a summation of what is contained in the budget. So you need to read the totality of the budget to actually get the full import of the message that he just delivered. Once again, we thank you for coming. Yes, it's a pleasure to always have you, and I want to encourage many more to come and visit us and see how we are practicing open the governance program that we signed to. I've just been informed that the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party is also present here. Honorable members, let's now be guided by the leadership of the House, whether there's anything more for us to do. We start with the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me say that this particular budget is the true definition of an empty budget. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the NPP government has said bye-bye to the people of Ghana. This budget is insensitive and out of touch. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, you and members of the economic management team, led by our Vice President, you are leaving behind a bankrupt economy.
Honorable Minority Leader, address the chair.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. It is important for us to note that this government is leaving behind a bankrupt economy. This government is leaving behind a default economy, or in other words, yentia economy. Mr. Speaker, this government is leaving behind a budget that is debt-riddled. It's leaving behind an economy that is overtaxed. You are leaving behind an economy that is seeing hyperinflation. You are leaving behind an economy that is seeing high food inflation. And you are leaving behind an economy that is seeing high monetary policy rate. As if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, this government is leaving behind an economy with high lending rate. You are again leaving behind an economy with high unemployment rate. Mr. Speaker, as if again that is not enough, you are leaving behind a misery index that has never been witnessed in this Fourth Republic. In fact, you are leaving behind a misery economy. In other words, a witchery economy. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, let me say that they are also leaving behind an economy where we are seeing massive and uncontrolled corruption according to the Catholic Bishop Conference. Mr. Speaker, this is the scorecard of this government. This is the legacy they are leaving behind. And so most importantly, I'm not surprised that today, you are here reading the budget alone. Where is the governor of the Bank of Ghana? Nowhere. Where is the vice president? Nowhere. But let me say, they cannot abandon you. You did this with them. And so they are the faces of destruction, and you are part of it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mr. Minister. Bye-bye, MPP. Then here, this is your scorecard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members,
The Speaker has passed 2 o'clock.
is the turn of the Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Honorable members, please, the Deputy Majority Leader has agreed to rather make the submissions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, please, let me remind you that the Standing Orders Committee is here to meet. So time is of essence, and we need to adjourn the sitting and go for the committee meeting. Please allow the Deputy Majority Leader to have a bite. It's a response to what you have said.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, we on this side heard you loud and clear. And relying on Order 143, quote, whenever a motion that this House approves the financial policy of government for the year is moved by the minister responsible for finance. The debate on it shall stand adjourned for not less than 3 days. Mr. Speaker, we are more than ready. And although the minority leader knew about this, he decided to do what he wanted to do for whatever purpose he so desired. But Mr. Speaker, this is the man, Dr. Atuforsen, who was a deputy. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Dr. Atuforsen.
Deputy Majority Leader. Just to honorable members, please. The reference to this is a man. It's an honorable colleague. So please refer to him as that, not this is a man.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable minority leader is the same honorable member of parliament who was a deputy minister of finance when the economy was in its worst state. Mr. Speaker, this is the same Dr. Atuforsen who was a deputy finance minister who, even without COVID, could not, with his boss, the finance minister, and their government, implement the free SHS. This is the same Dr. Atuforsen. Mr. Speaker, if today this government has implemented free SHS successfully, and Mr. Speaker, today the figures bear us out. We have a transition enrollment rate of over 80% as compared to the 55% under your era. And today, because of the liberties of opposition, you are telling the Honorable Finance Minister that he has underperformed when your own administration had a worst performance at all. Let me assure you that the figures cannot be toyed with. Dr. Atuforsen, let me remind you that your government could not implement a single landing beach project. You came into this house with a loan. You chickened out and you came to do capping. This government has successfully heard the cries of the fishermen, and we have constructed 12 landing beach sites. You come from the central region. You've not been able to do that for the people of central region. And you are telling him that he has underperformed. Hey, at all. Hey, Dr. Forsen. Hey, at all. Are you saying that you as a deputy finance minister, you did better than Kenoforiata? Is that what you are saying? Mr. Speaker, it's the same NDC with its old men. They have no more card to play. They played their only joker on the scorecard. And today, you tell us that this economy is in its worst state. It was worse with all that we've experienced under COVID, with all that we've experienced on the global space. We have managed to keep the lights on. We inherited doomsday under you. We inherited a situation where children could not go to secondary schools. And Mr. Speaker, we are ready for you today, tomorrow, any other day. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much indeed.
Honorable members, Honorable members, the tone has been set. Clearly, I now have my task set out for me. And I am going to apply and enforce our rules vigorously. So when you go read Order in the House, Part 15 of the Standing Orders, I am going to apply them to the letter. I am not going to do any showdown. Honorable members, you are aware, you all know it, that showdown is my friend. May I now, honorable members, according to our rules, adjourn the House till Thursday, 16th November 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House, Honorable, you want it to be, yes, because of the distance, 1 p.m. instead of 10, we will commence proceedings at 1 p.m. on Thursday, the 16th of November. Please, honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned.
Please. All right, welcome back to the discussion here on Metro TV. You saw in the House of Parliament where interesting debate went on right after the Finance Minister released the 2024 figures. He made analysis of how the performance has been, especially in 2023. He said a lot of things with regards to how they've made phenomenal achievement, especially on the economy. And also he factored the provision for the spillage in Akosombo, and that is something we saw on Twitter just a few minutes ago when Ablakwa, the Honorable Minister for Ton, who was really grateful for that particular provision in the Parliament. That, he says, is an indication there will be a relocation plan for those who are affected by the flood. And surely there are cases being raised in this 2024 budget. If you are home, businesses have gotten some kind of relief, especially on tax exemption. The tax rate, especially VAT, has really reduced from 15% to 5% for commercial properties, and there are instances where exemption will be reviewed for some commercial entities in Ghana. Interesting, the budget was named Nkunim budget by the finance minister, who came today not in his usual brown bag, but this time around, the bag was green colored, and many are saying it means a green economy in Kunim indeed for him this time around going into 2024. And he made some key indication. We'll come to the Facebook page to give you insight on what is happening on our social media handles and give you insight as well. There are instances where he raised issues about gold for oil significantly being helping stabilize the Ghana city. And city, he says, only depreciated by 6.4% since February 2023, according to his analysis. The public debt accumulated also slowed down significantly after the gold for oil policy. According to him, government's target overall GDP growth of 2.8% is what has been earmarked for 2023. Initially, it was 3.5%, but it's been reviewed in the mid-year. But now going into 2024, our whole GDP growth has been reviewed to 2.8%. Government also target end period inflation rate in 2024 at 15%. Zero rate on locally produced sanitary pads. That is a good news for those who are pushing for the removal of taxes, especially on sanitary pad. And that is something we saw earlier where some CSOs were advocating for the removal of these taxes. Health here in studio, my panelists already seated. We began with looking at the whole expectations in this year. Now we've seen whether our expectations have been met. We'll give you the chance for you to comment on our Facebook and YouTube pages, and we'll read it live here on the show. Seated with me, whom I began earlier discussion with, is Mr. Daniel Osabute, the Senior Lecturer for the Faculty of Business at Accra Technical University. Also joining me now, Samson Asaki Awungobit. He's the Executive Secretary for the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, who has joined us live here in studio. Let me pick their initial thought on what they make of the Finance Minister's Nkunim budget for 2024. I'd like to start with Samson Awungobit. Samson, you have watched the presentation. The speaker earlier indicated that had it not been for his intervention, we will still be listening to the Finance Minister, still reading excerpt of the budget. But we have soft copies of it, which we'll later review. But I'd like to take your initial thought on the whole presentation by the Finance Minister.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to your listeners, viewers all over the world. Good afternoon to my a lecturer is always a lecturer. Even though I'm done with school, done with my master's, I can go back for PhD. Yeah. So probably I'll have to meet, maybe one day I'll meet Osabute. So good afternoon, Senior, for doing a good job for Mother Ghana. I think quite clearly Ghanaians have listened, and we have ears, and we can interpret of what the Finance Minister said. You could see clearly that his own majority leader did not believe the budget that the Finance Minister presented this afternoon. You could see clearly, because it is unusual for a Minister of Finance to do a presentation of a budget, and the sitting majority leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs sitting down and ask his deputy to comment on the budget. He has abandoned the Finance Minister, and he's running to go lobby for his running mate. He doesn't want to go down with what the Finance Minister said today. And completely that is what you could see, the facial expression of the majority leader in Parliament. So the majority leader himself did not even believe the Finance Minister, left alone you want me to believe the Finance Minister. The other aspect is, yes, zero rated locally produced sanitary pad. Good for our ladies as well. What about the one that is being imported to as well? Because what we are producing, I'm not sure we have the capacity. I'm not quite sure that we have the capacity. And so if you are really, you mean to listen, that you've listened to all the CSO advocate, the gender advocate, and myself, I was speaking about it a day before today. Even this morning, I spoke about it, and you were silent about it. The other aspect is that he said there will be he's wiping off the 15% of the commercialized properties and making a flat rate 5%. I don't know which one is going to be the commercialized and who is not going to be commercialized, so we need to interrogate it. The other aspect I've seen, he said the EVAT, the electronic invoicing, will be expanded to other medium and light securities. So that is also an area that we have to look at, because it's going to be an area that would catch up with my business community, and definitely we will have an issue about it. Then, of course, he also made mention of, I think he made mention of VAT exemption will be reviewed. But I remember there was one of the mid-year budget review or whatever, they said this day, that the way they were giving discounting allowed to companies that can even pay. What pays me is that those that can pay is the people that are rather benefiting, Mr. Lecturer. But the people who cannot even pay, and the people who are even paying, they say that the duty rate and the taxes, the fees are so high, you should look at it. The Finance Minister doesn't care about that. He doesn't care for that to grow. In fact, it is good for business to grow, expand, then you can tax us. But that's not it. He said the VAT on upfront tax will be extended to fruit importers. Which are the fruit importers? He hasn't said vegetables. He said vegetables importers. I think you saw that statement there. Yes. So it means he has introduced a tax.
He has actually introduced a tax. And of course, remember that we fought, all of us collectively, AGI, Chamber of Commerce, GUTA, Import and Export Association, Food and Beverages, we said the government should abolish the COVID levy. He was silent on it. Doesn't mean that the COVID levy is still going to run. Mr. Winston, COVID levy, we agreed with the government to introduce COVID levy because you cannot be trading you have to trade on a healthy nation. And so if you are making the money here and there's a problem and the president comes to plead and we accept it, doesn't mean it becomes a battle on our neck. So COVID levy will not go anywhere. It is going to run in perpetuity, concurrently with the 2% import VAT. The 2% import VAT by law, and what surprises me is that the president of the Republic of Ghana is a lawyer. He's an astute lawyer. And he knows very well that something that is said that it's a sunset clause, it has a time to go off. So his finance minister doesn't respect the law. His Excellency the President cannot draw him attention to say, look, this special import levy that was brought, there were two. We abolished one in 2017. We brought it back during COVID-19. So you cannot say that you have abolished nuisance tax. From where I sit, upfront VAT, it was something that we were pushing, that government should be able to do something about it. Today, he was silent about it. In fact, I am even afraid the more that perhaps maybe because of the way all of us went out, and this week, all the traders associations, from TAC, Trade Advocate Ghana, from Chamber of Commerce, AGI, they were lamented that cost of utility production in this country, cost of utility tariff alone, is amounting to 72%. It's killing industry. Remember, one of the cardinal points that we were fighting during the Benjamin Value's time, they were saying that
I'm not catching you, but I think we have our two Forson who is currently speaking to us right now. We'd like to take him, and when we come back, we'll still continue the conversation here in studio.
MPP has messed the people of Ghana up big time. Big time. And we need to be aware of this. For the good people of Ghana, we bequeathed to this government, in fact, we gave them a number of good inheritance. This is a government that had 3 active oil-producing fields. This is a government that inherited a robust revenue streams, including energy sector levies. This is a government that inherited a strong economic buffers, including sinking fund and stabilization fund. This, again, is a government that inherited a strong economic growth pose, including what we call the Exim Bank and Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Bank. This is a government that, regardless, inherited an impressive credit and economic rating of B+. Today, what are they leaving behind? They are leaving behind a bankrupt economy, a default, or in other words, yentua economy. They are leaving behind a haircut economy. They are leaving behind a debt-riddled economy. They are leaving behind an overloaded tax economy. They are leaving behind a hyperinflation economy. They are leaving behind a high food inflation economy. As if that is not enough, they are leaving behind a high monetary policy rate economy, an economy with high lending rate. And unfortunately, they are leaving behind an economy with high unemployment rate. They have increased misery never before in this Fourth Republic. They are leaving behind an ahochre economy, misery economy. They are leaving behind a collapsed cocoa sector economy. Unfortunately, they are leaving behind a massive and uncontrolled corruption economy. And sadly, they are leaving behind an economy, Ghanaian economy, that is Yamutu. This is what they are leaving behind. Fellow countrymen and women, touch wood will be on the side of the people of Ghana and businesses. As far as this budget is concerned, this is our solemn pledge to the people of Ghana. And we'll do whatever it takes of the people of Ghana and businesses in particular. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No. It's okay.
So minority have made their declaration, especially what they think about the budget. They say this is an ahotre budget, that always you keep hearing phrases just after every budget is read, either from majority or minority. We are surely waiting for the majority to also come and make their statement. I will bring you feedback from the House of Parliament on this particular development, which is ongoing as of now. You're still live on Metro TV. Go to channel 277 DSTV and across all our social media handles on Facebook and on YouTube. Surely we'll read your comment live here in studio. Just to those, especially the case concerning health, we know the La General Hospital, the finance minister has indicated that the contractor will return to site next week. That is something we will follow. Metro TV will follow up to see whether that is what is happening. Because when the story about the reconstruction came up, we broke that story here on Metro TV, and we'll surely give you feedback here on our bulletins. Don't miss that particular development going on from today. And also, an amount of 220 million has been earmarked for the spillage victims at Akosombo, and that is something that we've heard from the budget. Now, let's go to Awengobet, who was speaking with regards to what he believes hasn't been the true reflection of the reality of their operations at the port and across their businesses. Awengobet.
Yes, so Winston, so quite clearly you could see the submission by the minority leader, but he made a solemn pledge to people of Ghana. I can tell you, politicians are like chameleons. In 2016, we thank him anyway, but in 2016, Dr. Bawumia and the whole MPP machinery at the time promised we, the business committee, heaven and earth. They even came to the market. But after they got power, they've shown us their true character. I only hope and pray that if, for whatever reason, Ghanaians give NDC perhaps in 2024 is going to be an election year, the North, I hope in 2025 they will not come and behave the way they will not change their character, but they will speak true to power.
I'll come back to you. We are still there's enough time for us to have the conversation. Let me go to Mr. Sabote. You know, government has indicated that about 1.2 billion was spent, has been earmarked for the LEAP program in 2024. Overall, average gross domestic product has been reviewed to 2.8% between 2024-2027. With this new macro target, with inflation earmarked for 29.4% in 2024. These macro indicators, do you believe we can achieve them considering how we performed in 2023?
Yeah, yes, let me start by saying that, I indicated earlier that I wasn't expecting additional taxes from the finance minister.
Yes, you did.
Only for us. We didn't hear of any additional tax. Getting to the macroeconomic indicators, let me explain that these are just indicators to show the position of the economy. But as to whether whatever we have as indicators will be a true reflection of what people are going through is something that we need to also interrogate. Because as we speak, we have inflation in the region of 35.2 or so, October inflation. But is it a true reflection of what we experience when we get to the market? And the answer is no. So yes, the indicators are good, they are positive, because if you are projecting GDP growth of 2.8 or 2.5, having been on an IMF program for less than a year, we are getting to the second year, and you are foreseeing this. I think that it is positive in terms of our projection. But let me also say that data has really shown that from 2003, when we went to the IMF, and we are talking about the Fourth Republic, it is always clear that what always takes us to IMF is unsustainable debt, unsustainable GDP, unsustainable, inflation, depreciation of the cedi, and all these things. Now, within the IMF program, we always experience reduction in inflation. Data is there
from 2003. We always experience reduction in inflation.
As in the third year of the program.
Within the program, first and second year. Okay. By the time we exit the program, you see that we have inflation reducing, sometimes even to 10, 11, what have you. And then we have GDP growing. Okay? Now, immediately we exit the program, we go back to our old ways of doing things. So I've been saying that I'm not surprised at all that gradually we have the economy getting back on track. I do disagree with the finance minister when he indicated that the economy is back on track. No, we are not fully back on track. Gradually we are recovering, okay? Because we have an economy where, one, we are depending so much on the second tranche of the IMF bailout. We are depending so much on syndication loan, okay? We are also looking forward to, negotiating with our external creditors, for which we are so not sure of what is going to happen. And I told you before the break that the stability of the cedi depends so much on how well we negotiate with our external creditors for the second tranche of the IMF bailout to be released. Again, the syndication loan is also going to count a lot. So to say that we are on track, I don't really agree to that.
No, he said that another thing he made mention is total debt, public debt has declined from 71.3% of GDP to 67.7% of GDP as at the end of September 2023. And that, he said, has given us a leverage in terms of our debt management.
Do you know what is happening? You see, since we peg our debt to GDP, anytime you have increase or growth in a GDP, the debt automatically reduces in terms of percentage. So the debt to GDP, if your GDP goes up, right, definitely the percentage will reduce. But is it a true reflection of the real GDP? Because we have the nominal GDP, which is so much influenced by what? Inflation.
Exactly.
You understand?
Sure.
So if the nominal GDP is influenced by inflation, and that is giving you 1 trillion, and then you are pegging your debt to the GDP, definitely the debt to GDP percentage will reduce. But it doesn't necessarily mean that your economy has grown to the extent that your debt to GDP has improved.
Stand the corner.
I don't know whether you understand.
I
you
get
get
your
the
point.
technicality.
But still, I would like to quote, I like to use quotations. It says, I can confidently assert that over the past 7 years, every sector has been positively impacted. Every household has been positively impacted by our social intervention programs, and every region has also been positively impacted. Is it not okay for someone to really put out his record and still defend it with figures? Because of time, I would like to take...
I don't think so. If he has forgotten, I'll remind him that the collapsing of
this is very interesting. We have Ursula Osu, who is speaking now with my colleague in Parliament, before we come back to the studio. So yes, I'm sure we're trying to get her to speak, and she will give you some interesting bites with regards to what she thinks the finance minister has said so far. But still back to Awengobet.
What I can remember is the domestic exchange program that saw our retirees who were over 80, over 90, who have served this nation, their nation, adequately and retired and brought their money to government, use it and give me as and when my coupon matured. You wake up one night, unilaterally took decision without consultation, and they have to demonstrate at the Ministry of Finance. Maybe that is what he has given all of us for the past 7 years. When I wake up early morning and you say it is a haircut, the president said there will be haircut, then come back and say that's not what he means. And Atoforson was the one who educated us what the haircut was. And the following day you go to your bank and they tell you that update, what was the term they were using? If you go for that, your investment, they'll tell you mark to market. Mark to market.
and you could see your money, and you could see the percentage they are taking. And up to today, they've taken the money. And you said what? When we wake up morning and we saw inflation rate at 50-something, we saw cedi depreciation, said that $1 was going for almost 15 Ghana cedis in this country. What is he talking about? As you speak, Christmas. He said we will enjoy Christmas. There's no way we are going to enjoy Christmas. The price of goods will never come down. The price of goods is high. It's high cost as you speak. Then you said, Nkugo budget. Completely Nkugo budget. Why was that's what the honorable member was asking. Where is the vice president? He could have been here. 2024 budget could have been the budget that they would use Trump for an election year. They've all run away. The majority has run away. Vice president has run away. So you could see clearly that this Nkunim budget, it is Nkugo budget and not Nkunim budget. And I can tell you, there is no prices of goods will not come down. I'm told that inflation rate is now what? 33?
35.
5.2%. How much did they increase public worker salary?
23.
23 plus 2%, 25%. A minimum wage is now 18 cedis. 18 cedis. Somebody goes to work in and out, spend more than 18 cedis. Then you come to tell her that for the 5-7 years, we have done what? Somebody spend like 20, 30 cedis to go to work and come back. And they mark him 80 cedis. If even his own office, the laborers there, the watchman down there in his office.
All right, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. But let's still go back to Parliament. We're going intermittently to Parliament to bring your feed from there. Agboja is speaking.
It's victory about abandoned projects in this country. Have we seen the project ongoing? There's no victory for the ordinary Ghanaian.
What were you expecting from the finance minister?
I was expecting the finance minister to first of all apologize to Ghanaians for the hardship he's put us in. For 7 years, the vice president and then the Bank of Ghana governor followed him here, and they present the budget. Today, they have all abandoned him. The vice president never turned up today. The governor of Bank of Ghana never turned up today. I was hoping the finance minister would have apologized to the people of Ghana by saying that it would have been better to invest spending on the new headquarters of Bank of Ghana to go and complete the Lajena Hospital. But he's now saying the Lajena Hospital will be done on GOG. Every contractor knows when you say contract is on GOG, it means that it will not be done. Today is a very sad day. If you have been on a job for a period and you are resigning normally, if a pilot is flying for the last time in his career, I think he tries to perform the best takeoff and landing. If this is the best performance of a finance minister, then this is a very disastrous finance minister. His own party wanted to sack him, but because of cajoling, they kept him here. I am sure he's so ashamed of this. His own government is ashamed. That is why the vice president and the governor of Bank of Ghana boycotted the budget today. But I can assure you that the minority would hold his feet to the fire. We shall do this debate here. If we find things in the budget that will make life better for the teacher, we shall the budget that will make life better for the nurse and the farmer will support. But if we see any vague budget line which is supposed to allocate money for the Flagstaff House to dissipate, we shall oppose those ones. Those are the things we can guarantee you of. This budget cannot be victory over anything. There's no victory because people are still dying. I can't imagine anybody who can see this budget and say it's victory. But maybe they feel Ghanaians are asleep. But we in the minority will stand with the people of this country and make sure that this budget is properly scrutinized and the right thing is done.
Honorable, let's talk about the General Hospital before we move to other things. You are saying that because now it's being funded by government, so contractors who believe that there's not going to be any fund allocated for them to complete. Is that what you are saying?
I'm saying that they can do what they do best. They can do propaganda and pay some money to the contractor today and ask him to go to the site tomorrow. The contractor will run to the site and do something. Today, the road between the Tamamoto Way and Central University, is the contractor working? The road between Tamamoto Way roundabout and then Akosombo, is the contractor working? The road between La and then Junction Mall, is the contractor working? How many of the Agenda 111 projects are still on site? So they can do propaganda tomorrow by giving the contractor some money and telling him to go to the site. There are so many abandoned projects in this country. The country is in crisis. They have lost the understanding of how to turn things around. And I'm saying, the only way we can get out of this misery is for the people of this country to remove NPP from government in 2024 and bring NDC government. Why do I say this? With the meager resources NDC had, by 2016, we could set up Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund and build Kotoka Terminal 3 today. The Terminal 3 is raking in a lot of revenue and employment. The best they can do currently is to make their cronies, their relatives, be the owners of the duty-free shops there. Out of the meager resources we had, President Mahama is able to help put up the MPS the port at Tema. Today is raking in revenues. Kumasi Airport, Tamale Airport, all those things. What exactly has NPP done with the almost 600 billion they've added to our debt? The only thing you can be assured of is that anytime we borrow those monies, the finance minister's companies or companies related to him and his cronies benefit directly from the borrowing. That one is victory for him. But it's a disaster for all the people in this country. Show me what is the transformational things that you can see today in your area that MPP has done. Show me. This is a very miserable budget, but he needed to read the budget because it's a constitutional imperative for him to read the budget. That is all he has done. I don't think he's even happy with what he's done today. But we shall see what happens in the future.
Thank you so much, Honorable. So that's Honorable Kwame.
And I quote, we have created over 2.3 million jobs in the private and public sector. This is except of the 2024 budget by the finance minister read not too long ago. Let me take some final words from my panelists here in the studio. Mr. Daniel, you've had, I'm sure you've made your point, expectations that you look forward to in the 2024 budget. Some of them did not hit quite right for you, but let me get your final words. I'm sure we'll have subsequent discussions.
Exactly. I think we'll have time to really interrogate some of the figures. But then an abandoned project like Segleme is something that we have to take a second look at, because you cannot abandon an ongoing project and go in for national affordable housing elsewhere. So what has happened to that investment? Okay. I think, Wilson, well, I am not too enthused that we call this victory budget, because people have really sacrificed. People are so going through the suffering, right? People have to let go some of their investments. We are on an IMF program. So it is to really encourage us that we should side with government and gradually we'll be out of these woes. But to say that we have victory, I think is not a breast.
All right.
So, yes, we'll have time to look at some of the figures.
Indeed. I will go with
Wilfred and Winston, did I hear the finance minister saying that they are now setting up gimmicks or what, and they will punish public officers who will spend beyond unbudgeted or whatever? He has forgotten that he has spent at the Bank of Ghana beyond the 5% fiscal policy, reckless, that brought us to where we are today. He himself should resign before anybody can follow, can be punished. He went scot-free. Winston, 600 million USD dollars that came from the IMF. What did the minister tell us? That they gave us areas that when the money arrived, those monies were going to go into those areas. Till then, all major contracts is standstill. No contractor is at site. So where did the money go? Where did the money? Mm-hmm. They are now casing. They are even not meeting the target to get the second tranches. The inflation, Bank of Ghana, prime rate, moving that from 14.5 to 17 to 20 to 22 to whatever they went to control inflation rate. Where is inflation rate? Interest rate at the bank, a mere ticker, the mere nurse, the mere watchman. Go to bank to get a loan to buy cement. Do you know how much a batch of cement is costing today? And you said what? Nkunim. Yankugo. And so I can tell you quite clearly that we, from the business point of view, prices of goods will not go down. And so continue, we, all of us will if there's any case, if there's any whatever where that Daniel want to use, they should go to the finance minister, because he is not prepared to let us enjoy the Christmas. I'm not going to enjoy the Christmas. Either you are going to enjoy the Christmas.
All right, Samson Awengo Bate is the Executive Secretary for the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. Also, Mr. Daniel Sabutu, the Senior Lecturer for the Faculty of Business at Accra Technical University. Gentlemen, it's really been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much for having us.
This particular important day of the nation, where we discussed the budget. I did this with Bridget Otu, my very own colleague here in Metro TV, and to my producers and technical crew. Our reporters on the grounds did a phenomenal job. Keep watching Metro TV, where we bring you insightful discussions that are critical for national development. Coming up next is Entertainment Review with Desmond Nanaya and the crew for insightful conversation, especially in the field of entertainment. My name is Winston Taki. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye-bye.